I would like to mention multiple words with you. Jobs, application form, interview. Hello everyone, my name is Greta and I work as a work manager in one of the NHS Foundation Trust and I'm involved in the staff recruitment process.
If you're looking for a job in NHS, you need training, you need support. Without support, I don't think so many of you could join. You remember that message? Unfortunately, you don't really want to end up on that miserable message back into you. 90% of the individuals who are into
from strength to strength.
Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, Catheterisation and Venipuncture and Cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success. Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, Catheterisation and Venipuncture and Cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success.
Are you looking for a job or job visa in the UK? You need skills for health and social care. We train you. You need leads for a job. We have them. Be a certified carer or senior carer. Perfect your skills at the Welfare Academy. Get the NVQ or RQF Level 3 in Health and Social Care awarded by NCFE Cash. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success.
Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, Catheterisation and Venipuncture and Cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success. Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA,
dear students, we wish you all the best. The ultimate reason for being this kind of session, many of you do not have an access to the real people in interview side or kind of right people in the place. Okay, for example, you do have I mean, I know some of you personally. I mean, many of you personally, you're extremely talented, but at the time of interview, or you do not know how to get a point of interview. So you do need a right hand. Years back, I remember the day I had been into this circumstance. To many people, I had hands to get into a system. Okay, and that's just so. We wish you all the best. These will be right. Can't see the screen. Welfare people, please get back to the messages. So can't. I think it's been. Um, okay, I hope you can hear me, right? I can. 1 second. That is it. Use this. You sure? Okay. Hi, dear students. Hello. Good morning. I'm sorry. I thought that you could have watched me. I'm kind of stuck with the system. Now I think you guys can see me now, isn't it? Yeah. Thumbs up if you can see me. Well, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. The whole point here. Okay, you guys can message as possible. Welfare Academy team will get back to you with messages. But some ground rules for the session, because there will be, we are expecting around 5,000, 6,000 students, because we had registration of huge 500 students will be joining here. Rest of you streaming students will get information from staff. Well, the session ground rule, I mean, let's put the question in your paper, somewhere else. We'll have a QA session towards the end. If it is essential, let's say we may have, but it's all up to the teachers, all up to the teachers. Thank you. Ultimately, we are aiming to correlate with the interviewers of NHS. Okay, manager. We call it matron. A matron will be guiding on the first initial point of what are their expectancies based on your application line. To be honest to you, many of you are extremely talented. You're getting that unfortunate answer. We move it from today. Get hold of these figures, let them guide you. They will drive you to actual application process, one-to-one application process, especially the very thing part they read or personal statement. Again, segments prepared. Again, HR recruitment officer will be guiding about visa process, how the things happen, unbiased. Thank you. So I wish you all the best once again. It's almost time. Reshmi is here, I believe. Hi, Reshmi.
Hello, Jensen. Can you see and hear me?
Yes. Hi, dear students. This is
Hello.
Reshmi, one of the hospital matron of Bath Hospital. That's a short introduction from me, and all Reshmi will be addressing, and be a great hand. While convocation time, we did promise you, me and Reshmi promised you that it will be in hand throughout, even further process. Okay, thank you so much, Reshmi. I let you drive the team.
Thank you, Jensen. Good morning to all. It's a really large group here today, and I feel privileged to be here talking to you. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Jensen and Welfare Academy for giving me this chance and making me feel welcome and speaking to all of your students today. It is such a great opportunity, so thank you. I'm not going to drag. I'm going to walk you through the NHS jobs application. And I've made a short presentation, which I will be now sharing. If there are any technical difficulties while I'm sharing my screen, my presentation, I might not be able to see your comments. So can I kindly request, Jensen, that one of your team just lets me know that yeah.
Will start because the crowd of people is huge. There are 3 people just literally sitting for command. And again, which is essential, we'll put forward to you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That is brilliant. So I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay, can you tell me whether you can see my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. So, good morning and welcome. So, welcome to the NHS Interview Training Workshop. Let me start by introducing myself. So, my name is Rashmi. I got my MSc in nursing from Rajiv Gandhi University in Bangalore, and I've got my MBA senior leadership from University of Gloucester here. I'm also a registered chartered manager with the CMI UK. I'm currently working as matron for specialist services, which is oncology, hematology, gynecology, and breast outpatients, and CNS, which is clinical nurse specialist lead. And I work at the Royal United Hospital, Bath, NHS Foundation Trust. So that's all about me, very short and sweet. I moved to the UK 7 years ago. So I moved here like hundreds of our colleagues from other countries. I moved here from Dubai. I was working for the ministry there, and I've moved here and I've gone from being a band 4 nurse assistant to a band 5 nurse, a band 6 assistant in charge, to a ward manager, and now to a matron. So I've moved across. I've applied for quite a lot of jobs to move across, and also I do quite a lot of intense recruitment. As you can see, I manage about 4 departments, very busy departments. So I lead on quite a lot of recruitment. And recently, as you know, in the past 5 years, we've had intense international recruitment into the nursing and healthcare assistant sector. So we've been focusing on those recruitments as well. So that's all about me. I am going to start with the topic. What is the current vacancies for healthcare sector within the NHS? As of today, and this is statistics from today morning, you have about 26,663 NHS jobs in the UK, of which about 1,996 is NHS nursing and healthcare jobs. And what is the scale of this competition? So I'm going to just talk about that scale of competition. So when we talk about scale, let's say the last advert I put out for a healthcare assistant job was 2 months ago. I had 1 vacancy and I've received 258 applications for 1 job. All of these applications has to be read through, has to be filtered, and it is quite a difficult job finding out who is the right person for this job. And as an NHS manager, it is my legal duty to ensure that we find the most appropriate person for the job. So we sit and we read through all of these applications and we compare them to what the department needs and wants, and we kind of make a judgment call from the application itself. Would this candidate give us what we need from this person? And it's very simple. It is not about having very complicated English. It's not about doing your application form as a 3,000 word essay. It is about putting in the right information for that particular job. And that is the key when you're doing application forms. Now, coming to let's start with the basics. I want to start with the basics. Where do you apply for NHS jobs? How do you get to a job in the NHS? So most of you working in the private care sector or people who've migrated over with healthcare visas, you've come through a recruitment, let's say a recruitment agency, or you've come here on student visas and you worked part-time somewhere and then you've gone through an agency, to a private recruitment agency. Let's talk about how does NHS recruit and how is it different. There are basically 3 main channels for NHS recruitment, which is, can you see my screen again? So these are the 3 basic websites that you go in to find yourself an NHS job. The first one is basically very simple. You go on to Google search, put in Find a Job UK. So it opens up a government website. So if you can see, this is Find a Job website. This is what it looks like. about what sort of job are you looking for, where are you looking for. I've just put UK in there, but you can put, like, if you live in, let's say, London, you can put London there. If you live in Bath, you can put Bath there, and such. It pulls out a wide array of jobs, like not just NHS healthcare assistant jobs or nursing jobs. You pull out everything within the NHS, administrator jobs, security jobs, just about anything. Similarly, you have got the NHS jobs website. So whereas this is where most of the NHS employers, like the NHS Trust, have been using NHS jobs website for the past decade, maybe more than 10 years. This is standard. Any job we put out to advert, we go into 3 places. One, it will be the internal website of the hospital. Second would be the site, and third, if you can see, I've put track jobs. Track jobs, it's a bit more trendy. It's only recently. And the reason a lot of employers have moved on to track is just the usability of the website. It's quite nice. It's quite new technology. NHS website's a bit older version, a bit more clunky. Track helps you through not just the application and applying for the job, but also the filtering, during the interview process until appointment. So Track's got a wider platform, let's say. So when you are thinking about an NHS job, these are the 3 sound platforms that you can look into. So there would be a lot of advertisements, unfortunately, because this is a money-making business for a lot of people. There would be a lot of false promises. There might be a lot of recruiting agencies that say, okay, we are recruiting for the NHS. I would say be very careful when you're approaching that. If you're in the UK and you're applying for an NHS job, I would always recommend go straight to one of these websites. Go straight to it, look for a job. And that's where you would be looking for all the vacancies. The other thing to do here is your local hospital. Like, nobody wants to move 200 miles for a job, do they? So what we do is if let's say you live in Bath and you want to apply to the Bath hospital, the first thing you would do is log into the hospital website. Every hospital web page has got a current vacancy tab. So in that, you can just go to the current vacancy tab, keep checking it. All of the vacancies will appear there. As I said, automatically, when I put a vacancy out for recruitment, I go through Tracks. We use a track system. So I go through Tracks. The minute I say advert now, I click that button automatically on these 3 pages. It goes to Find a Job, Government UK, it goes to Track Jobs, and it goes to the NHS Jobs website. And also, it will appear on my hospital webpage under current vacancies, or it would be called different things like Work for Us or Working for Us or something like that on the hospital webpage. So that is the first step when you decide you want to work for the NHS. When you think, I'm here, I want to now look for an NHS job, I'm ready for this, that's where you go looking for the job. Okay, let's go to the next thing. How do we navigate these sites? Now, I'm going to share my screen again, and this is how do you find and navigate these web pages? Sorry, my share screen button doesn't want to work. Jensen, can you see my screen?
Not yet. Any technical issue?
Okay, so I am just going to my Google tab. Which tab share? So can you see? So
Yeah.
This is Track Jobs, basically. And what you do when you go to a new candidate login is, and this is NHS Jobs. So what you generally do in terms of track is you click in and you log in. Sorry, my computer is just throwing lots of stuff at me. I'm really apologize for.
Rishmi, if you want, Welfare Academy can play on behalf of you. You can just, you can
But
say,
I know I really want to share my screen because I've logged in and I kept stuff ready.
okay.
Which is fine. It will just need 2 seconds for me to sort this out
Take your time.
and share. Okay, so can you see yourself? You
Yes.
possibly can. Yes. So this is what the Find a Job website looks like. So if you go in there and you search NHS UK and you put a search in, as you see, there's right now you've got 26,000 odd jobs available, and then you have the filters on the side. So the filters come on side. Let's say you are looking at Southwest England and you search Chief of Staff, Head of Quality. As I said, this pulls out randomly everything and anything within the sector. If you go to, let's say, track jobs, so you go to candidate homepage and you log in. So it's always essential to have an ID. So this is opening my work one. So this is where I've logged into track and I've opened up a healthcare vacancy, healthcare support worker vacancy in Derby and South Devon. This is online now. I'm not asking everybody to go and apply for this job. I'm using this as an example to just show when you are in track and when you are on NHS jobs, what are you looking for? Because as I said, when we go into an application as a manager, when I receive 258 applications, about 100 of them are repetitions. What people do is mostly they sit with somebody, sometimes paying them money to do this, but then or sit with friends. You build a portfolio. You write up a application for everything that you have, like all your qualifications, everything on the application, and then you use the application as a standard and you keep applying to anything and everything you see. So every single healthcare support worker vacancy you can find, people keep applying to. And what it generates is about half of the applications that you receive as an NHS trust, half of them are on repeat. You can almost, when you read through those applications, and believe me, even if there are 500 applications for a job, we will read through every single one of them. So when we read through these applications, about half of them are definitely on repeat. So they've not looked at what is this job about. They've not looked at why am I as a candidate applying for this job. So my first piece of advice for all of you is do not apply for jobs just because it says healthcare assistant or healthcare support worker or nurse, clinical nurse specialist or nurse on top. Do not apply blindly. Please put some time in, invest your time to look at, is this job for me? Am I ready to do this job? Have I got all the qualifications that I need to do this job? And if you have, please apply. Because when as a recruiting manager, when I read through an application, it's very clear to me. It's very easy that these applications are made in such a way that it will give us the right information to tell us whether the candidate actually knows what he's applying for or she's applying for. So let's go through this vacancy to say, what are you looking at? How do you decide I want to apply for this? So this is Torbay and South Devon NHS Trust vacancy. It's currently on the web page. So what you need to go through is these bits. Go through what is a contract. You've got permanent contract, how many hours it's offering, who's the employer, and what's the salary, and those details. Then you go through the main. So who is your employer here? So they've talked about that they are a 28-bedded ward and they treat adults and they treat people with acute stroke and general medical conditions of older people. So this in itself is a lot of information. So it's telling you it's a big ward. It's a 28-bedded ward. There's an acutely busy. Acute stroke is somebody who's had stroke quite recently or just getting admitted with a stroke, and general medical conditions of older people. So at this point, what you need to look at is what skills do you as a candidate have to apply for this job? So have you got your certifications, whether it's your NVQ? Have you got experience of working in a care home with elderly? Or have you got experience of working with people recovering from stroke? Like most of the time when you finish your acute treatment, we move patients to care homes or long-term care facilities for rehabilitation. So look at your experience of working within the healthcare sector and see whether your experience matches this. So if it does, 100% apply for the job. And this is where you find clues of how does this job match you as a person. And always make sure you're going through all of these. What are the main duties of the job? This is what is expected from you as a person by the employer. So if I'm employing a healthcare assistant to work in an acute stroke ward, what do I want them to do? So that I want them to do very, very clearly safe quality care, cannulation venipuncture, catheter care, completing vital signs or observations, dressing, how to do an ECG. So what I'm saying is you don't need to know all of them, but have you got transferable skills? Have you been able to, in your previous employment, show that you have learned new skills and you're doing it efficiently? So these are the clues that we're looking for. So we're not looking for a person having every single one of these capabilities. Some of you might know wound care, some of you might be able to cannulate, some of you might not, and that's absolutely fine. But what we're looking at in an application is what is it that you have, what evidence or proof do you have to say that you've already gone through a job like this, you've learned new skills and you're doing them effectively and safely. And that is the sort of thing. So when you are picking an application or picking a job to apply for, read through all of the details that's in the website. Every single line of these job details is very, very important. And the most important bit of this all is a person specification. So the way an employer filters, when you say filters, as I said, for one vacancy, I got about 258 applications. We are not going to interview 258 people. We have an interview target of maximum of 10. So less than 5% of the total we'd interview. And how do you get into that 10? And that is where you look at your person specification, your knowledge and experience, etc. If you see here, NVQ level 3 is standard. So the care certificate and all NVQ level 3 is standard across all NHS trusts. So that's what we look at as a baseline to say, okay, you have got some experience, you've had some training, and you've successfully completed that level of training within healthcare, and now you're ready to take on a job. And it almost tells me that as a candidate, you are trainable. You're able to learn and you're able to do a job. If I teach you, you will be able to do that properly. And that's what I'm looking for. So before you decide to apply, start from today. If I believe every one of you who are here today, who invested your time in this webinar and this workshop, are people looking for NHS jobs. So take your time, go through the websites, look at person specifications, look at qualifications, look at what sort of knowledge and experience they're looking for, what sort of basic skills they're looking for, and then you yourself will know this is where I stand and this is where I need to get to. So what do I need to get to there? So maybe I need an NVQ level 3 certificate. Maybe I need catered training. Maybe I need to work as, a bank healthcare assistant somewhere. Maybe I need to be working in the care sector. So what is it that I can do that will put me, when I apply in the future, in that 10 who will get called for interview? And that information is what is in this website, and the employer will tell you this is not difficult, nothing is hidden. NHS is completely transparent and it's completely fair, so every single candidate applying for the job will get the same information. But what you need to be is that smarter. You need to be able to filter through, and first, before you apply, do not blindly apply. Check. This is where I am standing. This is what my employer needs. Does that match? Does my work experience, does my qualifications match? If it doesn't match, what should I do to match it? And then maybe when it's matched, I can start applying, and then you have better chance of being shortlisted. Now let's go to the application itself. So it comes down to all of this comes down to apply online. When you click on that, sorry, my passwords. So it opens up an application page. As I said to you, this application will collect an enormous amount of data. Like it will collect a lot of identifying data, your visa status. It will collect data about your age, your sexuality, your gender, your religion, whether you're related to other people. Also will collect data about your education, your work experience, and a personal statement. So what I want all of you to understand is, as an employer looking to shortlist, to me, I will not see all of your application. In order to make the process fair, an employer only sees your education, your work experience, and your personal statement. So I will not be able to see whether your gender, for example, or your religion, or I will not be able to see where you're from. Are you from India? Are you on a visa? I don't get any of those informations at all when I'm shortlisting. And the reason for this is in order to avoid any kind of personal discrimination or bias. So according to UK law, we should give every candidate an equal chance to apply. So the managers are only able to see the parts of your application that is unbiased. So that means your education level, what is your work experience, where have you worked till now, and your personal statement. So, but this application, the reason I'm starting this application is when you will in, there are certain clues. Now, there are certain mistakes that you do on a general day-to-day that we see people making. And through this workshop, I just want you to be able to be familiar with this application and just go through it. So the first page now is this is standard for every hospital. They'll ask you what your visa status is. Are you an employee? And what your visa status is. If you are, you say yes. If not, you say no. So in this, you have lots of options. So you have indefinite leave to remain, you have pre-settled, settled citizens. We have health and care worker visa. We have British national overseas visa, intercompany visa, tier 1, tier 2, all of this. Be very careful what you're selecting in this, because as I said again, because we receive an enormous amount of application from a lot of candidates, what majority of the NHS managers do at the moment is they put a filter on to say, if you are saying you do not have a visa, or if you're saying, let's say my current employer doesn't give you sponsorship. So we are not able to, we are in a position where we are unable to offer you a sponsorship. Then we immediately put a filter on before shortlisting to say, filter everybody who needs sponsorship. That means anybody who needs sponsorship, that application will not even reach the manager. It will get filtered out. Or let's say filter only people who have work visas now. Like, for example, you're working for a care home, but we can switch over your COS. If that is a condition, we put that filter on. Or say you're on a British, let's say you're on indefinite leave. We don't do that. Generally, it's about whether the employer is about providing sponsorship or not. So that sort of filter comes on. So be careful when you're selecting this. If you select the wrong one, you might get filtered out, even without your application might not even reach the manager, even if the website will send you an email saying you've submitted, but it will not even get shortlisted. It will automatically get deleted. So be very careful and pick this honestly, and look at the application on the web page to see. Many employers are very honest. They'll say at this point in time, we're not able to give you a work sponsorship. And if they are mentioned that on the website, it would be very, very possible that they put a filter saying, filter out anybody who needs a sponsorship, or anybody who doesn't have a work visa or doesn't have a visa. So like if you put, I do not have a visa or right to work in the UK, that might be the filter that somebody who's recruiting can put in. So let's say I'm just going to randomly select one of these while we move on to the application. And this is like additional information. So this is a box that utilize every single box in the application. So that's my advice. This is a box where you can say, I've got a visa that is for the next 5 years. I've already got my visa. I only need my COS transferred. So you can put information like that in that box. And then you agree and you continue. And then you come to generally, this opens up an application. And see, this is where a lot of people make mistakes. They use either a recent application or an online CV and then submit it. And that is where you make a lot of mistakes. There's no harm in using a recent application, but make sure that whatever you're applying for, you're putting in the right information that your employer needs to know. You might have got an engineering degree, you might have got a PhD, but I am a manager looking for a healthcare assistant, and I want my healthcare assistant to be there to support my patients. If they help them with their food, help them with their dressing up, talk to them, give them support, be very pleasant, and learn clinical skills like cannulation, or like assisting with personal care, or doing vital signs, or handling a patient, manual handling a patient like safely, and provide high quality of care. I don't want to know about I don't know how your PhD might contribute to that. So be aware of that when you're filling an application. So look at what is the manager looking for and fill in that information. Let's just look at a blank form. The personal details, as I said, it will be really personal. As a recruiting manager, I don't see this section at all till I actually invite you to interview. After I invite you to interview, then the website will send me the full application with your personal details, so I can contact you. Okay, so that is till that time, I can't see your personal details, but it is very essential that you fill this up properly so we can contact you. So when there are things like, this is mine, but there are things like name, number, address, phone number, what time of hours. This is very important. Are you working full-time, part-time? Are you ready for a job share? Are you looking for flexible working, home working, term time hours only, annualized hours? All of these mean different things. These are different contracts for the NHS. So based on what your capacity is and based on what you can offer, you have to fill these up. And once you finish that, I'm just going to do, it'll ask you about relationships. So relationship is basically, are you related to somebody working in this hospital? Let's say your wife or your husband or your spouse or your partner is a nurse or a healthcare assistant in the hospital, please feel free to put that information in to say that yes, they are working in the hospital. Now, this is Rehabilitation of Offenders Act 1974. This is again legal jargon where we are asking you to say, have you been part of a criminal proceeding in the UK or elsewhere? Have you got any unprotected offences that we should know about? As you know, within the NHS, we'll be working with vulnerable adults and children. That means it is my responsibility, it is the wider NHS manager's responsibility to protect the people in our care. And we use this as a filtration to say, if you have offences that puts you in maybe an offenders list, maybe let's say you've had a fight with somebody and you've got a gender assault charge, I as a manager would be hesitant to put somebody who's attacked another human being in care of people who are sick and vulnerable. So that this is a process where we collect that sort of legal information. And then, so that section, as I said, is not visible at all. Now, this is where coming to the first one is education and professional qualification. As I said, put in the latest qualification on top of your education and put in what is relevant. A lot of managers, when they see, and this is just an honest opinion, there's no harm in putting what you've qualified. You should be proud of what you've done. I'm proud of what I've done. So if I'm applying for a job, I will see, does my qualification match what the job is looking for? And the things that match, like if, let's say I'm applying for a healthcare assistant job, I will put my NVQs and I'll put my care certificates, and or if I've done a healthcare related qualification, I put it on top of, that's the first line. So that would be, people might have 10 different qualifications. I've got candidates who put in 10th pass, like 10th SSLC or GCSEs and things like that. And that's fair. It shows that you have that basic standard of education, and it's okay to start from your 10th or your plus 2, your A levels or your GCSEs, and that's absolutely fine. And then there are people who put 20 lines of qualifications, like they've gone up to maybe the multiple courses in computers, multiple courses in graphic designing. And does that matter to this job? Not really. So as a manager, when I've got 258 applications, am I going to read through every single one of them? Yes, I will have to. But what I'm going to do is proofread and go through, does this set of qualifications have anything that will make you competent to the job that I am advertising? Like, is this person having a qualification that I need? And that's what I am looking for in this. Relevant training courses. Now, this is your playing field. You can put everything that you've done for your current job. You can put your additional training healthcare related, and they have said relevant training. It doesn't mean you put in everything under the world. You put in what is required. And what are we looking for? We're looking for training, manual handling training. We're looking for things like safeguarding. We're looking for things like patient safety. We're looking for your NVQ quality. You're looking for vital signs training. So things that are specific, things that will show that you are interested in this job. And again, we also ask the year completed. If you see, how long was that for, and the year completed. And the reason is, if you have done a training 10 years ago and that was your latest, as a manager, I would say, maybe 10, this person has put that there. So as a manager, I'll say, okay, this person has been working in the care sector for the past 2 years, and they have done some courses to improve themselves. So they're working on their skill. They're interested. They want to improve themselves and their skill, and they are interested in improving patient safety. So if I employ you, then I will be able to teach you more. I will be able to, so every hospital has got a set amount of e-learning and a set amount of classroom learning that you have to do every year. So it'll tell me that as a manager, I will not have to push you to do that e-learning. you are motivated enough to do that. So these are the clues as a manager that we're looking for. And then the rest of it is standard. This is your professional body membership. Are you part of the NMC? Etc. For this job in particular, for this healthcare assistant job, we don't need this. Start of the NHS service. This is really important. So because we receive an overwhelming amount of applications, as managers, we look for relevant experience. And having an experience within another NHS setting, let's say if I'm recruiting you for Bath and you have worked, let's say in a London hospital as a bank healthcare assistant, and put that start date in here. And how long ago was this? So these two questions, put that in here, because this is one thing that all of us look for, is whether it was a short-term contract, whether it was a bank job. But if you do have experience of working within the NHS, whether it was as a second job, whether it was part-time, it doesn't matter. Put that in there. And that is sort of the thing that we look for. And the next one is employers. So again, a lot of us have. I'm an immigrant who've worked in different countries, different jobs. I used to be a lecturer when I started, and then I used to be a nurse. I've worked my way up to quite senior positions in India, quite senior positions in Dubai, and here. So what I would be tempted to do is put all of it, because I'm really proud of what I've done, and I want to put, like, I'm very versatile. I want to tell my manager I'm really versatile. I can do everything in there, and which is fine, which is absolutely fine. But as I said, when you're putting this in, put in the most relevant and the most recent on top. So if you're working in a care home, if you already have got care experience, we want to see that. If you've worked as a bank person in an NHS trust, if you work a short-term contract in an NHS trust, we want to see that. If you don't have that, if you worked in the healthcare sector, if you've been a nurse in another country, we want to see that. Put that information in there. If you've been let's say, a social worker somewhere else, we want to see that. So put that information in there. What is your healthcare background? Because this is a job in the healthcare. And as I said, we are responsible for the people we take care of, like people in our care. We want to employ people who have experience and the right kind of experience. And as I said, this is where the advert, reading through the advert and making notes about the advert will help you. Because let's say, as per the advert that we looked at, Torbay Hospital wants to recruit a healthcare assistant for their stroke ward. So I'm a manager. Let's imagine I'm managing the stroke ward, and you are a healthcare assistant who have worked in stroke rehabilitation. So even if you didn't have healthcare NHS experience, even if you didn't, you were not a nurse, you didn't have a lot of things. When I'm looking at your employer history, I can see you have worked in a stroke ward and you're taking care of people currently. So or you have worked with people, with older people with mobility issues. Like, put that in there. So employer name, address, type of business, that's all the standard. And then brief description, your reason for leaving, this is really important, and your brief description of your duties and responsibilities. This is where I want to see that you can do what this job needs. Okay, so you can take care of people, you can do your documentations diligently, you can do OBS, you can do personal care. So standard practice, a lot of people copy this from a CV, or even funnier enough, people copy this from the advert and copy paste it into this column. That's another big mistake. Sit down, think through what can you do and what are you doing in your current job that will relate to this job advert. And that is what, as a manager, I'm looking at in this brief duties and responsibilities page. Gaps in employment is again standard. If you have got a gap like maternity, let's say you've taken a year out to take care of your child, or maternity or paternity leave, or you've had some sickness, or you took some time out to take care of a parent. Like my CV, I'm always going back to myself because it's the safest thing. I took some time out when I gave birth and I had my daughter. I took some time out, a year and a half out, to just take care of her. And that's absolutely fine. It's life. It's allowed. Don't think that having a gap means is people not shortlist you. That's absolutely fine. Life happens. Similarly, my husband, his mum had a stroke. He had to take out a year out of work to take care of her. And that's also fine. And that's life. That's absolutely fine. So if you do have gaps, be honest in your application. What we're looking for is really honest, really dedicated people. Don't think I have got a gap and it will affect my application. What we will do is look at your experience. So you worked, let's say you've put from 2016. So I'll go back at your application. The way we look at is 2016 to 19, this person's done this. 19 to 21, this person's done this. 21 to 24, this person's done this. But let's say you have a gap between 21 to 22, a year off, and you have nothing to show for it, and you've not declared this in the gap in employment. I'd be like, for a year you were out of work, but you haven't chosen to tell me why you're out of work. It's a little bit of a red flag. As a manager, I think, okay, why is this person not telling me what happened during that year? It could be I got married and took time out to be with my husband, or took a gap year to travel the world. It's absolutely fine. Or took a gap year because I was unwell, and that is fine. But when there are gaps in your employment, do mention them, because managers do look at these gaps. Now, the last bit is the supporting information. Now, supporting information fields, this is your chance to tell me who you are and what your talent and your strengths are. So we will come in detail to the supporting information page. I just want to check my PowerPoint to see if I've not missed a few things. So we've talked about how to navigate, and we've talked about what application forms are, and we've gone through the NHS application form. Yes, coming back to your personal statement.
Hi, Rishmi.
Before I go, yeah.
A few questions.
Of course,
before you
Jensen.
enter that space.
Yeah.
I mean, it's from students, so kind of when filling up duties and responsibility, do we need to write in paragraph or bullet points? One of the question.
No, I would say I will always write it in bullets. Like if it's a very long, heavy paragraph, as a manager, I'd be like, honest to God, I do this mostly in the evenings. So I would have done, my shifts are 7.5 hours, but in the NHS, I would have worked 10 hours from that morning. And I would have had to call my child to see pick up, drop off. I'm exhausted, I'm tired. End of the day, I have to do this. I'm sitting down with a cup of coffee. And you've given me a 2,000-word paragraph about your duties and responsibilities. Do you think my brain will process that? But when it's in a bullet point, I was like, oh, this person is straightforward. This person doesn't mean any nonsense. I can just read through it and just highlight. Okay, I know this person's got this skill, A, B, C, D.
That's easy.
And that's so easy for a manager. So when you're filling up an application form, always remember your application form is your first point of contact. Even before a manager sees you, I don't know. So I'm going to pick on, sorry, but let's put in an application. And I don't know your name because I don't see your application. I don't know whether you're a man or a woman or any other gender that you prefer, or any of it, binary or anything. It could be anybody from any part of the world. I don't see you.
Yeah.
Or only see your application, the way you have presented yourself. So I sit down and look at, is this person telling me what I need to know? And is that very clearly mentioned? And for me as a manager, rather than putting lots of words or writing an essay in that portion of the application, I would put bullet points. Very clear, very precise. So it tells me something as well. So if I did employ Jeslet, and if I wanted to have a chat with Jeslet, I go in and say, good morning, Jeslet, how are you? And what I want from Jesla as a manager is, hi Rashmi, I'm okay. Either I'm good, I'm fine, or Rashmi, I need some help. Can I talk to you for 5 minutes and then go to a point? Not somebody who says, oh, you know what? I went to the movies last weekend and it was fun and it was there. So do you know that chatter? It's not bad to chatter, but it's not somebody who always chats rather than somebody who is straight, professional, very efficient. And that is a sort of thing that you see in an application. When you put lots of essays, lots of cluttered paragraphs, it feels like a lot of that is chatter. But when it's really precise, really bullet pointed, you look at, okay, this is a person who's professional. This is a person who will give me the right answers that I'm looking for. And that is why I would suggest bullet points. Up to you. There are no hard and fast rules, but this is my take on it. Very personal, but this is my take on it. Yeah.
Related to gaps, there's a few questions like,
Yeah.
if you go, if we would have a gap of 7 months, is it okay to put it as a reason?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, even if it is 7 months out, I would put it as an applicant. I've like, don't think that I came here and I applied for my first band 5 job or my first band 6 job and my first band 7 job and my first band 8 job and I got it. I didn't. We've all applied for multiple jobs. We've gone to some we didn't even get shortlisted for. Some we did get shortlisted. We got interviewed but didn't come out. But in all of those applications, I have put my gaps in. And the reason for that, I would say, is as a manager, when you say you've started working in 2015 or 2016, or let's say some of you are way younger than me. So you probably have started in 2000 and you've got 4 years. And maybe you took a year out, or let's say 8 months out or 6 months out for maternity, paternity, somebody got sick, you got married, you moved to a different country. As a manager, what I look at is when did you start working? So your schooling has finished, your university has finished. When did you start working? And what have you done year on year? And if there was a gap, that is like 7 months, 8 months, 10 months, a year, doesn't matter. If there's a gap, I'd think like, okay, there is a gap. But this person's not telling me what the gap is. Like, why wouldn't they? And then this is a bit extreme, but I would think, what are you hiding? Like, that is my thought process. Because I've now got 258 people who could be anybody, who could be really good people, really honest, really good people, but also who could be a serial killer in there. And as an NHS manager, is a very heavy responsibility in recruiting the right people, as I said, to take care of vulnerable people. We have got patients who are sick, we've got elderly who are vulnerable and in our care, and we're responsible for them. So recruitment is a very serious process, and we look at each and every clue. And that's why I say, be as honest as possible. Put in every gap. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. Go on, Jensen. Any more questions for me?
There are, dear students, please don't put in long words. Make it short words. Okay, any questions? So
practice today. Start practicing today. Small questions, to the point. Just ask the point.
I mean, there was a frequent again a question gap. What was it? ATS, yeah.
Sorry?
Something like PSW is acceptable. Okay. Is there any filtering? Filtering is through, I mean, is there any filtering is through ATS system, automatic tracking system, or manual filtering?
So there is automatic and manual filtering. So when we go out to recruit, we keep an eye. Let's say we put an advert out for 2 weeks or maybe 4 weeks. As like what I would do personally is every 3 or 4 days, I look into it. How many applications have I got? So at that point, I will not be able to go into an application and see what it is like, but a track system will give me the number of applications that came in for the job. So that helps me decide, do I want to close this job early or do I want to extend it for another 2 weeks? So that's another thing I've forgotten to mention. And a good thing about the question is, if you see a job and you have got the right qualifications and you've got the right experience, do not wait to apply. in this scenario, please do not wait to apply. So even today, there's only 1,900, 500 students in this workshop itself. So imagine the amount of competition in the market to get into the NHS. So apply as soon as possible. There is automatic filtering. So when lots of people apply, let's say we have 350 applications, then we will look at filtering. So there is automatic filtering. So we can ask recruitment to put a filter on for us, or we can put a manual filtering in as a manager. Depends on what your trust, how much permission your trust gives to you to play with the track system, how much access you have technically. So yeah, but you can fit both manual and automatic filtering in.
Thank you. Now you can go.
Any more?
Oh, it's okay. You can go with it. Next one.
Yeah, thank you. So the next point is the very important point of your personal statement. So let's talk about personal statements. 90. This is a bit sad. 99% of applications that I receive, the personal statements are where people fail, because a lot of people see a personal statement as an essay writing competition. Some people see it as an opportunity to tell the manager everything I want to say, everything about me, and put in loads and loads of words. Like generally they are about 1,500, 2,000 words. So a lot of our students who've come here for like studying are used to writing essays. They put in so many things. You go over and over the same information. Your personal statement does not need to be like that. And as a manager, when I read through, sometimes my brain just glazes over. Like, okay, I'm reading through another short story, I'm reading through another essay, I'm not getting anything that I'm looking for. As a manager, as I said, what I'm looking for is clear, precise statements. So a statement, as the name suggests, is personal. Do not copy paste. Okay? Do not get anybody else to do your personal statement. You need to be there. You need to be present, because it's a statement about you. So if it's a statement about me, I will write about me. Okay, maybe I get somebody to sit with me and read through my statement and give me some suggestions, and that's absolutely fine. But your statement has to be personal, as the word suggests. It has to be about you. And what am I looking at as a manager? Your strong features. What is your strong feature? So when I'm reading through my personal statement, every job I advertise, what we do is, as when I what I said at the beginning of this seminar is, when you look at a job, look at what information the employer is giving you. Read through each and every line of that job advert. Highlight the things, or write down in a book what are the things that they are looking for. So in that first line of the job advert that we saw, they wrote 28 bedded ward, acute stroke, they wrote elderly, and they wrote acute medical. So lots of clues in that. And then lots of people put in information about what are they looking in your personal specification, what are they looking in your knowledge and experience, what sort of person are they looking for, and look at the main duties and responsibilities. What do they expect from you as a person? Now, write all of this in a book, and it will give you a list of things. Just put arrows and write it all down. It will give you a list of things the employer wants from the personal statement, from this application, and then start writing your personal statement. So when you're writing your personal statement, a couple of very, very common errors: grammar mistakes, spelling errors, sentence formation. Be very careful, because what we are looking at in this point is your ability to do documentation as well. So you're my healthcare assistant, you're providing care for my patients. I want you to be able to safely document what you are doing. So that means if you have written a really good personal statement, you're able to tell me what you are, tell me what your strengths are, and you've written it without grammatical mistakes, you've written it in proper sentences, you've written it in a neat and tidy way that I can clearly understand. That means you are building trust that you can actually do your documentation properly. Does that make sense? So that's how the thinking of an employer goes in from a personal statement. Now, the other thing is, do not put repetitions. As in, don't say, sorry, Jeslet, I'm going to pick on you again. Don't say, hello, my name is Jeslet. I have done my, I'm making up stuff, to ignore me. I have done my engineering I've done my BTech in computer science or EE or whatever that is, triple E or whatever, and I've moved to UK to do an MBA, and then I've done my MBA on this thing, and then I worked as a healthcare assistant. So what are you doing? What are you doing? You are repeating information you've already given me. I've got all that information already. You told me that when you did your education section. You told me that when you did your work experience section. What I want to know here is, who is Jeslet? Who are you as a person? So I want to know, hello, so I wouldn't put a name there. I would say, I'm working in this sector, and currently I'm looking at this job, and I want to introduce to you as myself as this person. And I want to see things like, what describes you? Honest, I'm dedicated, I work hard. Like, I've had people who say, I've got 3 children, so I've got time restricted. So I'm looking for a job that is flexible and will meet my needs. I'm looking for flexible hours. So that is an honest description. Okay. I'm looking to get to know you as a person, because I don't know Jeslet from Adam. I don't know Jeslet from Albin here. I have no idea who you guys are, but you need to tell me, who are you? So when you're writing in, that doesn't mean you don't say anything about your previous experience at all. So when you're writing in, use clues like working as a, let's imagine Albin was a social worker in India before he moved here. So we'll go, while working as a social worker in India, I have always been able to form a very strong relationship with my patients, and I have always been interested in their welfare, and talking to them and forming therapeutic relationships with them has actually motivated me to come back to work. So that's a really strong statement. So what you have done is, rather than repeat that I've worked as a social worker for 5 years in India, from this time to this time, working with these sort of people, you have told me that based on this previous experience, this is a skill that I have obtained, and this is how I've enjoyed my work, and this is how I've given to my work. Does that make sense? So that is the tone of a personal statement that we are looking for. We're looking for very, very honest personal statements. I would never recommend copying or pasting or using AI. A lot of people, you do that. They copy paste it from the internet, they download an application form, get lots of forms, copy paste and cut and copy and everything, and then put some sentences in there. Don't do that. Sit down, make notes, and then on a fresh piece of paper, write down everything that you know about yourself, like all the good things that you do at work. A lot of you are very dedicated. And what do you enjoy in your work the most? You enjoy team working. You enjoy, like, for me, I'm a person who likes to chat. I like meeting people. I like talking to people. And as a nurse, every single day, I love talking to my patients. And that is the greatest joy for me. Like, I've always wanted to be a nurse. My parents didn't want me to become a nurse, and I had to have a little fight at home to say I am doing nursing. But I've always wanted to be a nurse, and that is not because I didn't have grades for anything else. I had really good grades, but I wanted that one-to-one relationship with my patients. Like, I like meeting people. I like knowing their story. I like talking to them. I like writing it back down. And I always put that in my personal statements. Every job I have applied for, I put that down that is the one joy of this job that I have every single day. I meet new people. I get to know them. I get to know their circumstances, their families, how are they feeling that day? How can I help them? And helping people gives me job satisfaction. And I put that down in myself, put down everything that makes you as a person. think about, and this doesn't need a third person. This needs you sitting down, spending time on yourself. So that's where your personal statement's got to be. And I would always say, if you are not, let's say, if you are not confident in writing your personal statement, make sure you get the right sort of help. Don't go to a friend who's going to copy paste a statement from you from the internet. Copy paste, put it into Grammarly, put it into an AI system, let AI generate some. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because as a manager, when I read something that is AI generated, I know, oh my God, this is an AI generated essay. Because I know I've done my masters, I've done 2 masters. I use AI for difficult emails. When I have to send a really difficult email, I sometimes put it into AI. I know the sort of responses AI gives me. So don't think that these NHS managers are old, they don't know technology, they will not understand what's written by AI. They will. They very much will. When you read something, you know whether it's written by a human being or it's written by AI, and whether this is honest or this is just, it's wrapped up like a Christmas present. We are not looking for very much wrapped up Christmas present. What we are looking for is an honest description of yourself. What are your strong points? Okay. Where are the areas in this job? Let's say the job is asking for cannulation skills. You do not have cannulation skills. Be honest about it in your personal statement. I can see that the job's asking for skills that I do not have, but I have a track record of learning skills and performing them efficiently as shown by my NVQ level 3 certification, where I have attained all of these skills. So the way you write those statements tell me about you and how honest you are, how dedicated you are, and possibly if I employ you, you're going to take really good care of my patients who I am passionate about, and you will help and support and keep them safe, and you're not a serial killer, you're not an AI generated person, you've not just applied to 10,000 jobs, and you're not looking at this job in particular. I want somebody who's looking at my job and wants my job. They want to do it. This particular job in this particular ward in this particular role. And that's what I'm looking for. So when you fill the application, you need to come across as that person I'm looking for. Because I'm not seeing you. I'm not seeing Albin. I'm not seeing Jesslyn. I am seeing words on a piece of paper. I am not seeing your name. I'm not seeing your gender. I'm not seeing your religion. I'm not seeing any of that. I'm seeing what is your education? What training have you done? What experience do you have? And your personal statement. The 4 things that's going to help me decide whether you are my person. Am I going to give you a chance to interview? Now I am only interviewing. Believe me when I tell you, nobody will interview more than 15 candidates for a job. For one vacancy, it's not possible, because that's how time in an NHS, within the NHS, is a very precious commodity. So you need to be able to present yourself in the manner that you will fall in that 10, because getting shortlisted is your biggest step. The minute you get started getting shortlisted and getting called for interviews, that's another kettle of fish. But you have crossed one big mountain. Because I want every single one of you to understand the competition that is right there in this market for NHS jobs. And as I said, 1,900 jobs today, including nursing, including everything else. And we have 500 in this, and maybe another 5,000-6,000 screaming. So about like 200 people for every job that's coming out. You need to sound very. You need to almost sell yourself in that application. That as a manager, I will call you for shortlisting, and that's how strong your personal statement needs to be. Now, this personal statement, you have some after the personal statement. Is there any questions for personal statement? Because I think a lot of people fail the personal statements. I'm quite passionate about getting people to give me as a manager. There's a bit of selfishness in this, because I read through so many. I'd rather like to see some good ones. So through this workshop, if I in future put out a job, if any of you are applying, I would like to see a really good personal statement and maybe think, oh, maybe this is a person who attended the workshop and they've actually listened to me. And the statement's really great to read. It makes my life easier as well to shortlist. So that's why I'm quite passionate about personal statements. And if there are any questions for me, Jensen, can you put them through, please?
There are plenty.
We've got time. We've got
yeah,
time.
but
So
okay,
I can go through a few. Yeah.
Okay, candidates not giving opportunity already sponsored. Okay, some questions related already sponsored cases. For example, NHS, I mean to say care home, they do have a sponsorship, but they wish to work with NHS. So is it possible, or do
It's
you think
absolutely possible. So it's absolutely possible. Make sure when you're applying for jobs, if they have if people are not able to sponsor, for example, if I am not able to give you a sponsorship, I would, when I advertise my job, I'll put unable to give sponsorship at this point in time. So it could be an internal reason. If they have not put that line in, please feel free to apply. That's absolutely fine. Feel free to apply, and they will not filter out. If my trust at this point of time or for this particular job is at this point of time is not giving sponsorship, they will put on the advert, we are unable to give sponsorships or unable to sponsor you on the advert itself. But any advert that doesn't say that doesn't say anything about sponsorship is open for you to apply. Anybody can apply.
Yeah.
So it should be fine.
It should be fine, isn't it? So something like for applying in NHS, how many months or years experience, any preference? That's a question. I don't think
it's about the job. Again, go back to the job, go back to the advert, look at what are they looking at. Are they looking, it doesn't matter. Let's say if I'm one of my departments is oncology, is cancer department. So if you have 10 years of working with elderly care unit, or if you're or 10 years in orthopedics or any of that, I'm maybe 5 months in oncology or cancer, I will still ask you to come in because I'm looking for cancer related experience. Or if let's say you've been working in orthopedics or elderly and you don't have cancer experience and you would like to work in cancer, put that in your personal statement. Say, I've been caring for people for 10 years and I've been working in these areas, and I have met cancer patients, which obviously you will. Statistics say every 1 in 3 patients have got some form of cancer in our in UK. So put that in your personal statement. That's where you link your experience to your personal statement to say, I have seen people who suffer with or you're going through a cancer diagnosis and have been able to support, and I feel very passionately about that, and I would like to work in oncology. Does that make sense? Or let's say I'm an engineering candidate who's only been working in the health sector for the past 5 months, 6 months, but I have discovered the joy of taking care of people, or I've really enjoyed working with people and it gives me huge personal satisfaction. And those are the kind of things that we look for. It doesn't matter what you do. One of my best friends, he's a band 5 nurse. He qualified as a nurse when he was 58. He used to be a carpenter. So when he applied for a job, he used to be a carpenter. He got a brain tumor. He had cancer, and that got operated. And he was taken care of really, really well by the nurses and the doctors. So he wanted to leave carpentry and want to become a nurse to give back. He got inspired by it, and that's a really inspiring story. If you have a story like that, put it in your personal statement. So it's absolutely fine. It doesn't as I said, if you have got a PhD, great. You're brilliant. You can learn. With the job I am advertising. Tell me why you have a PhD. Why do you want to become my healthcare assistant when you've got a PhD? Tell me that. I'll call you in for an interview. And that's how it works. Does that make sense? Okay.
It's
Yeah.
similar to the same. I mean, you've nearly answered the question, but again, should our supporting information needs to have keywords mentioned in job description? It's another one. Similar again, word character. I mean, like a
Yes.
within 1,500 words. Is there any word limit? So sometimes they come up with some short words like 1,000 words, 1,500. Is there any word limit? And how to structure them? This is what
So
they.
there is a word limit. Every personal statement will have a word limit. On top of it, it will be written that many words. So what I do, and this is very personal, I type it out in a Word document. I won't type anything out on the NHS online. I type it out in a Word document. So in a Word document, you can see the number of words you can edit. You can look at your grammar. You can put bullet points. You can format it, and then I copy and I paste it into my personal statement. And that just gives me a lot more. Technically, it's just easier for me that way rather than typing out on tracks or NHS jobs. The other thing is keywords. Absolutely yes. So this is why I said read through the job description. So when you see an advert, every advert will give you some things, like it will give you a job description, it will give you personal specification, it will give you benefits of working in the hospital, it will give you work life policy sometimes. So download those, read through those, highlight the essential, the words that stand out, and then don't copy and paste that into your personal statement. Okay, utilize those words. So if I say I need, let's say, somebody, if my on in my advert, and this is funny, this is a really funny story. In my advert, I've said I'm looking for an honest, dedicated person who will work really well with the team, and who is so I've put that sentence in my advert, and I've had applications where people have copy pasted that sentence straight into the personal statement, and I'm like, no, I wrote this, I spent time to write this, you at least have to put this into Grammarly and change it. So don't copy paste the keywords. Take it out of there. Write it down in a notebook. When you're writing your personal statement, bring it into your statements. Like rather than using the same words, say honest and dedicated, you can say I enjoy working with people. I enjoy meeting people, and I have great job satisfaction when I'm working with people. I've had applications, like really good applications there, or one person said, my dad had a heart attack and he was in the hospital for quite a few months. And I was really worried. But then there was this healthcare assistant who helped, and who was really, every day she came in, she was really brilliant. She was really happy. We were very depressed, but she was really cheerful. She was really supportive. And in the grand scheme of things, she's not a cardiologist. She's not a cardiac specialist nurse. She was a healthcare assistant, but she was there every day and she was cheering us up. She got us cups of tea. And when I was crying, she listened to me. And this inspired me to start to look into healthcare for a job that, because I want to give back. I want to be there for somebody else like that. That is a very strong personal statement. That is what I'm looking for. Tell me a reason why you're applying for this job. Tell me a reason why I should give it to you. And tell me who you are, but do not copy paste what I have written in my advert and give it back to me. Okay? And just utilize those keywords, but do not copy paste. All right. Yeah. Next question.
So similar to the same, if you put in other words instead of keywords, will ATS track that? I mean, that
Not
automatically.
really. No, personal statements are not.
So it's so clear. And
It's
next
not
question.
really. No, personal statements we generally read through. There, because of AI coming up, there is a possibility that personal statements might be. In universities we do a check,
Yeah,
like have you
keywords.
copy pasted this from somebody's essay. Similarly, with AI coming in, that could come in the future. That could be relevant in some other places. Not saying it's not a possibility, but that's why I said don't copy paste, don't copy from essays, don't. Personal
Um,
statement is personal, is yours. Write down one for yourself. Because you're trying to tell me who you are, who is Jesslyn, who's Albin, who's Ravinder Kaur. So tell me who you are. Don't copy paste from an essay. Yeah.
There's another
Any other
question.
questions?
Is it difficult for people who works in domiciliary, the domiciliary care
Yeah.
setting, to get a job in NHS compared to the people who works in care home? I don't.
No, not really. Not really. As I said, it's about comparable experience, transferable skills. It's about your job. What did you learn from it? How did that job prepare you for this one? So I wouldn't ever look at a resume and say, oh, this is domiciliary care. I'm not going to call this person. No. If you work in domiciliary care and you've got enough comparable transferable skills, if you are telling me that you've got what I'm asking for or what I'm looking for in this job, yes, I would be tempted to shortlist you. And I don't think it matters. I think it's how you put your application in and how whether you are suitable for this particular job.
Thank you. So there's another. Can you put in voluntary experience? Okay. Can you put in volunteering experience even if not in UK?
Yes, of
In
course,
personal
you can.
statements.
Yeah, absolutely. If you volunteered in a hospital, my husband was a banker before he came to the UK. So business graduate, banking, nothing to do with healthcare. So when we moved here, my daughter was like 2.5, and one of us had to stay home, and so I got when I delivered, I got to stay at home in Dubai for 2 years, like a year and a half. I was a stay-at-home mum, and he took care of me. And I said, why don't you take a break? This time you stay home and I go to work. So we did that. A lot of us do that. And then he had a gap. And when during COVID, he joined the NHS. He joined in portering. And the reason he joined in portering during COVID is it was COVID, and he wanted to really he didn't want to sit at home doing nothing. He wanted to contribute. And he told me, so he during his when he worked in India, he used to volunteer at a hospital as part of it used to be under an ashram. So he used to volunteer at the ashram, and the ashram volunteers used to go and help out in the hospital, portering and moving patients from here to there, getting them food. And he did it as charity. He did quite a lot of volunteering as charity. And that volunteering actually gave him some insight into what am I going to do as a porter? How am I going to work with patients? How am uh, how am I interacting with people? How do I maintain safety? So that volunteering job did give him a lot of information, a lot of transferable skills. So when he applied for his first NHS job, um, he put that in, and we've drawn on that experience. As in, it's not about whether it's about what did you do and what did you learn from that experience, and is that relevant to this job? And what can you bring from that volunteering? Have you worked with patients? Have you volunteered with patients? Have you got any training in patient safety or manual handling? How did you maintain patient safety? How did you ensure quality? So talk about that. Talk about that in your personal statement. That's absolutely fine. Volunteering should be okay. But it's not just about I volunteered at a hospital for 10 years as part of charity. Don't just put that in. That doesn't give me any information. What did you learn from that? And how does it help me that you volunteered? Because for my husband, it was religious. It was a religious ashram, and he found happiness in doing some charity that way. So it could be, you might be getting different things, but I want to know as a manager, what are you bringing from that experience to this job? Yeah. Next question. Shall we just finish off and then we can come back to the question?
That's a better one. That's what it was.
Okay, so I'm going to go refer to my presentation. Additional questions. Okay, so to make life difficult for you and easier for the manager, what we generally do nowadays is also put in additional questions. Other than personal statement, there might be questions, additional questions in every application. Some hospitals do one or two. Recently, I've gone through a BRI, which is a Bristol hospital application, where they changed the structure of the application in itself, and there were about 7 additional questions, each 200 words each. And it could be anything. It could be, for example, tell me why you're applying for this job. Or how will you, as a busy healthcare assistant, how will you manage time? Or if you're applying for an admin job, let's say, because of change, how will you cope with new technology? We're bringing in new technology every single day. Tell me how you will cope with new technology. These are not questions, these are not trick questions at all. Okay, these are questions that will help us filter applications based on how you are responding. So don't take these questions lightly. People read through them, they're there for a reason. Don't think I've put my education, my work experience, I have written a splendid personal statement that will get 100 out of 100 in, so I'm going to ignore and put 2 lines. Don't do that. Write proper answers for this. For example, recently a friend of mine applied for a security job, and the additional question on that job was, what do you think the biggest challenges of being a Band 3 security officer at this NHS trust is? So we sat through, we discussed it, and we said, okay, let's do this. So I asked the person, what do you think what is difficult in a security job? So he said, okay, let me think about it. There were only 2 securities on any different shift. And most of the time, they're either in ED, dealing with the drunk person who's trying to attack the nurse and the doctor, or there's a patient family who's creating a commotion, the security needs to go there. And then at the same time, there are so many doors, there are so many exits and entries. The security person needs to check all of that. If there's a power failure, if there's anything, the security gets there. And there's only 2 people in the shift. Then he kind of asked me, Rashmi, how do I put that into my answer? Then said exactly as you told me. So we put down to say, so I've observed security officers, and I think the biggest challenge is time and the multiple demands, and there are only few people on shifts. And there are multiple demands. And then don't just put what the problems are, put what solutions are as well. So applying for this job, I think it's really essential to manage time. I think it's really essential to prioritize tasks according to need. Like, if there was somebody who was violent and a patient trying to attack a nurse, I would prioritize that over. I will have to immediately go there, and then I can check whether the door is locked after that. Okay, I can do my door rounds after it. So depending on what the question is, initially answer the question. Do not answer a problem with a problem, put in solutions. What it will do is, it will tell the manager that you're not just a person who's going to complain, you're a person who's going to come back with solutions. So you're thinking about, how can I improve the situation? How can I be versatile? How can I be quick? How can I utilize resources around me? How can I manage time? So when you answer these additional questions, especially questions like, how will you manage time? What do you think the biggest challenges are? How will you maintain patient safety? What are the problems in patient quality and safety? So if you see such questions, think about what you have done, think about what you've observed, write down the problems, and put in a few sentences of how you will help to solve. You don't have to solve everything. One person cannot solve all of NHS's problems, but you can put in, I will work with my team, with my registered nurse and the team in the ward to make sure my patient is safe. I will work with the education team at the hospital to improve my skills and provide high quality care. So these are sentences that we look for. So we are looking at a problem. We want you to recognize what the problems are. And you're also giving me a hint that, okay, this is not just a person who's going to come every morning to me saying, matron, this is not working, that is not working, this person didn't come to work, this patient isn't safe, there isn't quality. But you're going to be a person coming to me saying, matron, can we do this training? I think all of us need this training. Can we arrange for this training? And I would be like, absolutely, yes, please. Yes, let's do this training, improve some quality. Does that make sense? So each and every bit of your application will tell me who you are and give me an inclination of, as a matron, as a manager, am I getting the right person for the right job? Does that make sense? So that's about additional questions. So additional questions are getting really popular. There are work-life balance questions as well. Be very honest about your work-life balance. Put in there if you're ready to work full-time, and you if you're not able to work full-time, don't put in the application that you're working full-time, because again, when you come to interview, we'll ask you again, are you happy to do full-time? And if you say no, I'm only available for 20 hours a week, then we might think, okay, you kind of lied in your application saying you were able to work full-time. So don't do that. Don't contradict yourself. If things genuinely change, like if you're able to work full-time now and your circumstances have changed, explain that in interview to say, unfortunately, when I applied, I was thinking I was able to do full-time, but now my circumstances have changed. But otherwise, be honest in your opinion. Put full-time, part-time, flexible working, or whatever that you can do, whatever you can offer. Be honest in your answers and your additional questions. If you need flexible working, talk about that in the process. Okay. So next thing, and the most important thing I want to talk to you about, is when you are filling out applications, when you are applying for jobs in the NHS, the competition in the market is huge. It's huge. Don't if you're going to say, okay, my job is okay, I would like an NHS job. If I get it, it'd be great. And you're not very interested, then I'm just gonna copy paste applications. I'm gonna do a substandard application and I'm gonna put it in. Don't think you will not get, it'll be such a waste of your time. You will not get shortlisted, you will not be, because we are looking for, NHS is a very tough job. Any given day, it's not an easy job. It's a tough job. Any given day is extremely busy. We are looking for people who are dedicated, who are honest, and who are passionate, and who wants to be in the NHS. So in order to, first of all, when you apply, ensure that you are that person when you're applying. And if you feel like, today you've heard so much from me, if you feel like you have got gaps, you think that, yes, I do not have any relevant healthcare experience, or I don't have any relevant training needs, or I don't, I know who I am, but I need help prepping my application. I need help. Get that help. So it's about investing in yourself. If you're serious about working in the NHS, if you really want to work with us, if you want to work within the NHS, take care of the people, the patients in the NHS. Work on yourself first. Invest time in getting yourself to a level where you would automatically get shortlisted. As in, as I said, the enormous amount of applications we get, we look for a lot of filters. We look for relevant training courses, NVQ to level 3. I've said this before when I was at Welfare Academy graduation as well. Well done on those who are doing it. Well done on those who are getting the experience. But what you're doing is, no matter what your previous experience is, if you want to become a nurse or a healthcare assistant within the healthcare system, you're working on it. Like my friend who went from a carpenter to a nurse, he didn't just shut a shop in one day and say, oh, tomorrow I'm going to apply for 10 jobs and say, I want to become a nurse. He put his time and effort into it. And that's what I would recommend. Look at your personal circumstances, look at your skills. And if you have gaps, go through job vacancy adverts and compare yourself with those adverts. If you have gaps, get yourself to trained, get yourself in a position where you have filled those gaps. Okay, the skills that we look for are standard. The education, the training we look for are standard. Get yourself up there. Get yourself to, let's say, Welfare Academy. Get your NVQs. They provide you great opportunities, lots of clinical skill training. Get your skills up. Then the next time you write your application is so much stronger because you've got all of those skills. Again, invest in yourself. So Jensen and I spoke about tailored, very tailored support for people who want to do NHS interviews. So if you have opportunities like today is a great first step. Well done to everybody who's listening to this. Well done to everybody who's participating in this. You are investing in yourself. Today you listen to me speak for about hour and a half now already. You've gone, listen to me going blah, 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 blah. And all of that is investing in yourself. It's given you an opportunity to look at yourself and say, this is where I stand. This is where I need to be. Get yourself up there. Whether it is attending workshops, whether it is doing tailored programs with the Welfare Academy, get yourself up there. Get yourself the help that you need to be the person that a manager is looking for. And not just on paper. I say this to everybody, not just on paper. You have to get through the application. You have to get through shortlisting. You have to get through interviews face to face. And once selected, you have to do the job. The win is not just getting the job. The win is able to do the job safely and effectively. And for that, if you are not there already, you need help. And I will recommend get yourself some help. And the reason I say this is when I moved to this country, when I was I came in through and a training I needed. I went for OSCE training. I worked on my skills. I practiced and practiced and practiced and worked really hard to pass my OSCEs, get my PIN number. So when I was a band 5, once I was a band 5, I worked really hard. I did a lot of skill training. I did all of my cannulation skills. I did advanced life support. So none of this was just given to me in a tray to say, here's a band 6 job, take it, or it's a band 7 job. It's not like that. So in each step I have worked, and I've also worked with people. I've found really good people who are able to sit with me, go through my skills, and see this is a new world. It's very difficult to hospitals in India. It's very difficult to the healthcare system in India or any country that you're moving in Dubai. So they sat with me to say, this is how the hospital system works. What are your skills? We sat down, we looked at my skills to say, what are your skills? Do you want to become a nurse practitioner? Do you want to become a specialist nurse? Or do you want to become a nurse manager? So very tailored training, very tailored sessions for me to just sit down, go through my skills, and looking at my skills, I decided on my pathway. What should I do? Also, for my interviews, for my application process, I have gone through, I've gone to people who are experienced, I've gone to matrons, I've gone to divisional directors, I've had discussions, I've taken information from them. I've had people who are kind enough to do mock interviews for me. Like before my interview, they'd sit in and give me an interview so I can go and practice at an interview. And that's what really, really helped. And that is me investing my time and my money and my effort and my connections, networking, all of that into it to invest in me. It's like going to the beauty parlor. It's like getting your hair done and your eyebrows done and putting makeup on. You are presenting your best self for this job. And that's what I would recommend. So please make sure that you get the help. So that's it from me today. Unless you have questions, I'm handing over to Jensen. Yeah.
Hold on a second, Rishmi. Thank you so much, dear students, listeners. There are 2-3 devices at the same time happening because we weren't able to fit everyone onto this. So, but again, roughly around 600 to 700 students on this different platforms. Again, 1,000 on live side. Okay, now look, dear students, without a proper hand, you wouldn't make it. That's a reality. You know it. Why should we lie it? See, I would say, which we are not familiar with, called a mentorship. Welfare Academy is starting a mentorship program. A real upper hand people in literally near you. So many of you are our students. And what we look is not that one NVQ program. What we look is a solid job line, a solid career in yours. So if you don't make it up, so last time when we were attending some graduation ceremony, we were all in happy lines. The reason many of chronic conditioned people were completed their programs into certain jobs of NHS. And even there are a number of candidates working at NHS. Almost every NHS hospital, we have few students at least. So we would love to increase that. So by a real hand like Rashmi, Greta, I mean, many of ward managers are ready to support you for a mentorship program. So what we trying to tailoring is of this regards with the NVQ program, along with the NVQ or care certificate programs, you'll have a program which connect to NHS managers, especially like men. I mean, Rashmi is actually managers. Around 30 managers works under Rashmi. So if anyone would love to join the program, I mean, looking at your prospects, how to develop yourself. I normally say in my class, mentorship. I do have a mentor here. When you look at me, I'm from your same line. I work with the university for a long time. I have a qualification. Don't think that I did by myself. I will be a big zero if I don't have a right hand. Mr. Dennis Lloyd. I always say that. I had a left and right hand whenever I get into NHS plan. Rashmi, you will have same, isn't it?
Absolutely. I've had mentors, as I said, every single interview I've gone through, I've had mentors. So whether it was my band 6 interview, it was two nurse practitioners in the ward. So he said, you've got really good language. Do you want to go up? What are you looking at? Do you want to become a nurse practitioner? Do you want to become a nurse, specialist nurse? Do you want to go into management? So I sat down with them, they literally just from everything, looking at my skills, what am I good at? What can I do? And also, what will I enjoy? So what will my patients benefit from? So we go through that mentorship in every stage. In my band, when I was a 6, there were matrons who called me out and say, you'd be fabulous for a band 7 role. Let's look at what you need to get there. Nobody has all the skills. Nobody has got, like when I was 6, I didn't have all my 7 skills. I had to work towards my skills. And I worked on it for almost a year. And I was a band 7. For almost a year and a half, I worked gaining skills to become a matron. And this is true for everybody. And I've had mentors in each and every stage who were able to help me get where I wanted. So it's about having a goal in sight and then looking at what does the goalpost look like to you. To reach there, what do you need to do? So when you sit down with a mentor, you sit down and you look at, okay, what are the gaps in my experience? What are the gaps in my, maybe it is interview skills. Maybe it's, some people are really good on the shop floor. They're really good nurses. They can really manage a ward. The minute they face an interview panel, frozen. So depending on, and what might help that person is some mock interviews, we can set up a panel, we do a few mock interviews, and then they go through that, and then they overcome that fear of interviewing. Does that make sense? So that's what mentorship does for you. It's almost like coaching you to become the person you want to be, to get into the job that you want to be. And every successful person in education, in healthcare, every successful person, if you ask for, they'll always have a mentor, they'll always have a guru, they'll always have somebody who gave them direction or helped them reach where they are. There are very few self-made men. There are some great self-made men in this world, and women in this world, but they're extremely brilliant and they're extremely few and far apart. So the rest of us, we need that sort of mentorship, that sort of coaching that will put you apart, like set you apart from the rest of the people who are applying. As I said, huge competition, lots of jobs going out. You need to be able to set yourself apart from point 1, and your first point of contact is an application form. 2, till you're in the job, and then further going forwards. So that's where it is. So most of you are brilliant, talented people. who I'm sure once you get into the NHS as a healthcare assistant, you will grow. We have got amazing stories of people like Greta. Greta's story is so inspiring. Jensen's told me so many times, and she started from the bottomest band in the NHS, and she is a really inspiring manager. She's gone up slow and steady. And that is what I see from a lot of you. And for that, that's where mentorship will get you too. And it's not impossible. It is not impossible. I'm from India. Like a lot of you, I'm a immigrant. I learned in India. I studied in India. I went to school there. I went to university in Bangalore. I worked in Bangalore. Got married. Typical Indian woman got married to a fell in love with a guy from Dubai. Got married, moved to Dubai, became a nurse in Dubai because that's what we do. We move to our husband's family, don't we? So we moved, and then we were like, okay, let's move to the UK, and we've started. So I am exactly the same as any of you. But what the difference is investing in yourself, whether it's your English language, whether it's language skills, whether it's interview skills, whether it's application skills, and getting all the help you can get. And Jensen's offering that, and that I think is a fabulous opportunity.
What we trying to bring to the students something called a mentoring program. See, so I'm really many of the questions are directly to your personal life. We will have to back to back, and it won't be enough matching time to answer all the questions dear students. That's one of the challenge I'm facing. Well, please, again, this is not ending up. Reshmi's time is ending up. We will have an HR recruitment officer getting up again, and final session is like real time of interview. What are the basic questions that you may have challenge with that we will discuss again. Okay. Now, don't get frustrated because it is impossible for Reshmi or me to answer all the questions. But however, please, this is to your improvement. This whole session is free, isn't it? The reason there is something that we are looking for to develop, because the NVQ program will help you to meet an essential qualification within the line of application. But Reshmi has to sort you out. But to sort out you must have competency in the line like a core skills. We don't look at a person who need money. To be honest to you, you're looking at a job in Welfare Academy, will pay you 45 to 50K. But you need a PhD? No. You need a competency of teaching. Do you think that's something like a competency of teaching? Slightly different. So it is not about filling a paper. It is all about what is in you. In you, in the sense we call it work ethics. It's not about the age. It's not about your color. It's not about the ethnicity. It's like sexual orientation, but typically into the skill, core skill. But do you wish to have a development on that? Right? Then you need a real mentors in line. I hope some of you understand what is called work ethics. So we focus on the work ethics. We focus on any certificate. Yeah, some of you are asking me certificate. To be honest, that to me and to some people, that's a toilet tissue paper. Certificate, really? Yeah, all of you get the certificate. But to be honest, if you want a NHS job, certificate is secondary. So you will get a webinar, attendance side. But to the core practice of today, what are you looking for? Okay, sorry. Yeah, Sudesh. Yeah. Now look, this is, you guys know my temperament is with students. What I'm trying to say is a core skill line, competency like a core skill. So today we will put what is called a registration form here. If any one of you love to, because there were around 10 questions about, do you do this? What we are trying to see along with your line, it's not a one-to-one, but again, a mentorship program. A mentor will be looking at your works, and what are the essential area to be developed. Okay, but within a group of people, mentorship program. So something related, and who teach or who guide you will be NHS managers. NHS managers. So if you want me teaching you, that won't, because I'm not an NHS manager. What we're trying to get different, because Deshmi is one of those managers, and she recruits from Welfare Academy. She takes the students. I mean, she recommends the students. So there is a quality, dear students. So please have a look at that.
And if you feel like I would love to go for a mentorship program, that will be given out for you. But you please register yourself. That's a program. A teacher need to spend time for at least 2 weeks time, because you need to go core skills. There are some core skills can mend it. So workshops, different workshops. We'll speak on that because I don't want to spend the time on this. There is another speakers online. Rashmi, our really Welfare Academy is so happy and honored, privileged to have you with us, because your position is too high. And again, you are here to support our students. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Jensen. I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I hope people have been. I hope whatever I've given is useful. I hope you guys are able to use some of that, and I hope that we get great applications for the NHS going forward. Again, I couldn't stress more. If you get an opportunity to invest in yourself, improve your chances of getting recruited, and preparing yourself to be that person who the NHS is looking for. It's not just about what you feel in paper. It's not just about the number of certificates that you're accumulating. It's about becoming that person, person who's ready to work within the NHS. And all NHS managers are looking for such a person. So we want somebody who's dedicated, somebody who will stand up for our patients, keep them safe, provide quality care. And in order to become that person, please get all the help that you can. And Jensen's a great source of reference for that. I would really like to thank you all for listening to me and for the time.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
No, it's all right. Just one word. Many in my phone there were many messages asking for your personal number or your number.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't be giving that because of the GDPR Act. Again, in order, because if anyone wants to go with the Rashmi or Greta or ward managers, their time is specific and their time is precious. They do have family life. Their job is completely into NHS. They are not teachers like me. So in fact, if anyone wants a real right hand of it, you must go through the application. It's a formal college, dear. So we must go through that piece of application or discipline, I would say. Rashmi is a person who support a lot with the different people. So in line, Mr. Fabin will put an application format over here. Okay. Now that will help you to get into a right person like Rashmi, Greta, or ward managers like Lima, or NHS recruitment officer, visa. I mean, you're going to speak with a personality who speaks with the recruitment officer dealing with visa. Okay, so something solid line, next line. Thank you so much, Rashmi. Thank you.
No worries. I wish I could provide support to everybody personally, but I don't think I have that time. I've got a little girl. I've got an 8-year-old, and a very busy family and work life. I wish all of you the very best. I hope some of you fill up the form, and then I can give Jensen some of my time to help with the process, and then hopefully see you in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. is joining us. Dear students, see, I would say one single word. Some of my students, class students are here on this. I would say simply as love yourself. Everything begins from love yourself. If you don't love yourself, the person will become fake. Okay, sorry to say that. When I interview or when Reshma, anyone interview, they look at the core of you. Today you may copy and say something, but tomorrow there is a life for you. Okay, hi, Sudesh. Mr. Sudesh is working with the Dunstable Hospital, long time as an HR officer, recruitment officer. So he'll be speaking on the line of what is expected from candidates. Now, Sudesh.
Hello, hi, good morning. Oh, no, sorry, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Sadiq, and I do work for Bedfordshire Hospital, I would say now, because we do cover both Luton and Bedford. So basically...
Once again, hi, Sadiq. Hi, dear students. He is actually at work today, and he got time on break time to speak to you. It's actually at
Thank
first.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, unfortunately, I couldn't really manage to pick up this time. So this is something come up, how to come to work. Yeah. So basically, yeah, sorry. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So what we are covering today, I believe, is about how the recruitment and the visa process in NHS Trust. So I was listening to Rishmi for about 30 minutes, or I joined late, but it was excellent speech. This is an excellent webinar. I think Rishmi has covered quite a lot of things. Even I was thinking I should be joining earlier because there are so many. Rishmi was talking about is really what for you guys, because that's how exactly the NHS recruiting managers are worked with. So yeah, I think you guys are very lucky today to have that session. So my part, I would go in a way like I would leave it to you guys to ask me any questions to start with, then we can pick it up from there. But in general, the recruitment, I do cover the areas. I would say, because just about a month ago, I moved to a different role from the recruitment officer to a visa compliance officer. So now I'm thinking, that is something will add my skills up, the knowledge about the visa, because it's very demanding area. I think there's lots of questions people have about visa, or can I get visa? I was reading through the messages, the test messages on the site, on the session. There are a few people were asking about in relation to the visa side. So I hope I can cover with my limited knowledge, I would say again, but if I can't cover it, I can share you or I can guide you where to get this information from. So is there anything in particular, Jensen, we need to start with?
There were few questions asking for the visa. For example, PSW students, can they go with it? Visa cases,
Of course they can. So anyone can. So basically, how this work is actually visa is something secondary. Okay, so what we need to think about, we need to secure a job first. So which is the techniques and the right way to apply for a job is everything I believe Rashmi has covered. So I was listening to Rashmi. So how the recruitment manager look at the applications and how they see the genuinity of this application, how people judge your application, whether your attitude. And it's changed a lot, to be honest, because of that increased use of AI. People use the artificial intelligence to make an application. So now even NHS England is not really promoting a virtual interview because of the increased use of AI, because people can read, the instant answer is there from ChatGPT or things like that. And as Rashmi was mentioning, please don't think the recruiting managers are old. Well, they all are gold. They got a very bright brain, and they regularly get trained with the more up-to-date information. So, and there are tools to find out, whether that application is generated by AI. So please be yourself when you make an application.
Come up with a threshold. So what is threshold limit for getting a visa sponsorship job, say care assistant?
Right. Okay. So the category you're talking about, hospital sponsoring is skilled worker. So skilled workers are two different types. So general skilled worker visa is there. So the skilled worker salary threshold is £38,700 annual income. So anyone who gets to that role, and it has to be, another thing, it has to be that job has to be under the skilled worker program. So there are two tools you can use. You can go by yourself to the GOV website and to find out whether that job is listed under the occupation code. So I'm happy to share the link. So let me try to share this for you guys. Is that okay, Jensen, to put this in the chat? There we go. So when you go to that GOV website, it will show you the jobs which can be sponsored. There is a tab at the last saying eligible for skilled worker visa, skilled worker. If it says yes, then there is possibility you can get sponsored. If it's no, then you can't. There's another question came up. Is it possible to switch from student visa to skilled worker visa? So when we're applying for application process, we are supposed to tick the box student visa, and should we make sure we are in PSW to work? Of course, there is no discrimination about what type of visa role you are, but there are categories. What you need to look at, if you're on a student visa and you are on a 20-hour restrictions, but the job is for full time, then you have a chance to get rejected, because that doesn't fall under the requirement of that job role.
That's true.
And to get sponsored, you need to have a full-time job. So if you are part-time, you won't get sponsored. So that, of course, graduate visa holders can work full-time. But again, getting secured a job is more important. Normally, most of the NHS Trust, the way they do sponsor you or give you a certificate of sponsorship on the basis of your right to work, what's that called, status. What it means actually, if you're on a graduate visa and you have 2 years, let's say you just had a PSW, which is graduate visa, just now, and you have 2 years left. So then the trust doesn't give you a sponsorship because you already have the right to work.
So threshold has got like is it for all jobs, 38? I mean, 20?
No, sorry, I'll come back to that. So the skilled worker visa threshold is 38,000. But the exemption is that whether that job comes under the health and care visa.
No.
So the skilled worker visa and health and care visa comes under the skilled worker visa. So health and care visa, I think the new threshold for the health and care visa is I think it's 23,000, 23,300. Let me have a quick look.
It was 23,200.
23,200, yes.
We discussed the last time.
Yeah. So it's 23,200 is the health and care work visa threshold. So this is any jobs comes under the health and care visa. That's the salary you need to meet. So which is and then that's just, I think, a minimum of band 3 has to be at least yes. Band 3. Band 3 has to be band 3.
How about this visa for a spouse? I mean, for example, there was a question about a spouse. If a person the spouse automatically it covers or what?
No, spouse visa, whoever is on spouse visa, they can work full time.
Now, I mean to say a candidate who gets the visa, automatically the spouse cover.
It's like, that is the visa side. Sponsorship is different, visa is different. So visa, something the Home Office is issued to the applicant. So we have nothing to do with the visa, or any of the trusts have nothing to do with the visa. Sorry. So what we do support our employees to get a visa. So that's what is called the sponsorship. So you sponsor them. So that's a certificate of sponsorship the trust give to the employees. So when it's given to them, they can sponsor their dependent, and that's how they get their spouse visa or a dependent visa. Yeah.
Something like before we go to the question answers, Sudesh, would you just help us on the ground of right qualifications? For example, you being a part of the system, how much last year onwards is NVQ is essential. So there are fake NVQs, wrong certifications from external or would you mind speak on that?
Guidelines. So in terms of getting a band 3 role in NHS, because the healthcare assistant, now I think our trust is now changed the job role to, I think, clinical support worker, a CSW. Yeah, that's the term they use for band 3 roles. So there is a minimum, I think the NVQ level 3 is required for that, get interviewed or get selected, employed for that role. So that's a minimum requirement for that. And I think there is some other courses as well. Let me just open the guidelines for you.
And care certificate.
Yeah, I was just going to say
Yeah.
that. So we look at care certificates and
Care certificate, that's
level
what
3. Care certificates are mostly within the hospital. So it's provided as an internal program where we train our healthcare assistants who do not come with anything. We train them. So if you worked as a bank somewhere and you've had your care certificate, that's also valid.
Welfare Academy do provide from the last couple of years care certificates. Many students got a job in it just through that.
Yeah, thank you, Rashmi. I think that's what I was looking for. I haven't done any recruit for any healthcare assistants or CSW or nurses. Mine was a completely different side. I was doing mainly the DTOs, like the pharmacists, physios, what's that called? Then all the estates, things like that. So not in really. Also radiography, so not in really having the experience of NHS nurses or carers recruitment. But this is I can only talk about, or I have the knowledge about, general recruit how it happens, or people have a few questions or thoughts about, there is a way, like, when they make an application, this get automatically filtered or maybe automatically what's that called, shortlisted on the basis of keywords. And I was listening to Rashmi, and Rashmi was very clear that about, there's no automation. It's all about, the recruiting managers, they do read that supporting information, and, they can really see. I mean, we were having conversation with the recruiting managers in the past. They're saying they can really clearly see whether that's genuine or just to copy and paste, So what my suggestion is, it's not the number of applications you guys are making. It's all about the quality of individual applications you guys do. So make it really outstanding, sell yourself, genuinely sell yourself. And before even you apply, just ask yourself, is it the right job I need to do? Or is it what I wanted to do? And I'm sure, we have seen a lot of people from different backgrounds. As I was listening to Rashmi's talk, there's a carpenter become a nurse. It's really interesting. People change their life. And my own, I am a finance qualified person. So I used to work 7 years in London as an accountant, and now in HR, because I love to talk. I love to interact with the people. So I thought, that's not my job to do. I would love to do for me myself. So, and that's contribute to where I work. So that's what we need to see. Coming back to visa, so or recruitment, I think there's a few things I would mention. It's recent changes, not changes, I would say, the way the recruiting managers now does the interview. I think now NHS nationally asking to all the trust to do a value-based recruit. So most of the hospitals now adapted that style. So what this means, people can get trained, even if you don't have relevant experience, but you do have the right attitude towards that job, you can get trained and you flourish in there. So the interviewers, I think the recruiting managers, they were looking for a value-based recruit, which is really good. So you need to be really prepared for a scenario-based questions, which is, they do assess your attitude towards that job you're going to do, because everyone wants to have you for to fill up their requirement, not for the sake of to give you a job. I hope you guys get it. So if you have the right attitude, if you really prepare, do the enough references, then that's probably the way. And the way to look at the trust values is probably not the same for all the trusts. So in each trust may have different values or the policies, the way they what's called carry forward. So do enough research with that trust. If you're applying for one particular NHS trust, go to the website and see what is that trust values. Prepare yourself with the trust values and expect the questions. It's probably, I mean, 9 out of 10 times it's not a straightforward questions. They won't ask you, oh, what is for example, our trust value is thrive. So they're not going to ask you what is the thrive value for you. No, the questions won't be like that. It will be like, that individual terms, like what is thrive. So you need to really go in to see what is that term means and what is value for the trust. So prepare for that. That's my advice for that. Any other questions, Jensen? I need to.
I would love to highlight on the fake elements happening around the society. So please, I mean, as an HR person, I heard there are at times you had to step ahead with the real, lifeline cases. So would you mind explaining to the students? So Welfare Academy is facing a challenge at the moment, not just now, even last year. Most case scenario, students do have a NVQ which is fake, or NVQ or qualification, even a nursing program which is fake. So yeah. So what is the systematic approach of NHS to tackle this issue so that at least some of them are aware of this?
Yeah, I heard about something in the past, like there were some OET or IELTS centers in one of the countries, and they were running, like a, very biased way, but there's no evidence. I think the NMC was investigating that side. Then, people bring the certificate, fake certificate, or is it the right certificate? It doesn't really, I don't think there is any tool in terms of NVQ. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the knowledge in that side. So I don't know whether there's any tools to check an NVQ certificate.
They normally come up with the reference side. So okay. I don't know how they make the reference side. For example,
right?
You send us reference, so kind of.
So I know people. When we apply through the track to an NHS jobs, there are few tick boxes, for employment checks to be completed before they give you an unconditional offer. So when you do, we have seen quite a few people, and they do give the fake references, like employer reference, for example. People thinking it has to be an employment reference, but not necessarily. So it can be your education reference. So whatever you've been doing within that 3 years of period, that is what we require the references for. But people, or the applicants, they do think, oh, I need to make an employment reference. So they create a like for Gmail or Hotmail, they do create something like the clinic.com or something, gmail.com, and to make up something and say, I've been working in this for 4 years, this, that. But one thing we need to remember, there are lots of tools. There's lots of ways to check it nowadays, because even we can check whether where is that domain is created, whether that domain is created in England. Somebody is saying, for example, in India, they've been working for a hospital for this long time, and because some countries like in India and Africa, things like that, countries like that, we don't have what's it called, the company domains for all of the businesses. So people use social domains, or the companies use the social domains, which is true. But the social domains, if somebody is mentioning, I've been working in the country and creating a domain from England, it can be identified, where it's been created. So, and the declaration on the application, an applicant is saying, the conditional offer is on the basis of satisfactory checks. So you can get rejected for that. So I would say, even on the reference side, be genuine, what you are, or where you do. If you've been studying, that's absolutely fine. You can put that course mentor, tutor's reference. So that's absolutely fine. It doesn't need to be work reference. Yeah, so that is one thing I can see about the fake, what is that called, application. Yeah.
That's there's a question asked by this candidate. Actually, I have experience. I have experience in pharmacy from India for 3 years. What about the job in pharmacy, and is there any visa sponsorship? Okay, B pharmacy. Also,
yeah.
I did MBA from healthcare. Yeah, UK.
Yeah, of course. I think pharmacist job is one of the skilled worker job. Pharmacists can be sponsored, but again, there are some other categories, other jobs in pharmacy, like pharmacy assistant, pharmacy technicians, pharmacists, then again the advanced pharmacy skills, specialist, things like that. But the pharmacy assistants, I think they are band 3 in NHS, and pharmacy technicians, and they are band 4. So these roles, I don't think they can be sponsored, because that doesn't come under that particular category when we looked into. Only the pharmacists can be sponsored with the Casco tool. You'll be able to see that code using that link I sent you, whether that's fall into that category. So of course, it says yes, can be sponsored, then yes. Once you have the unconditional offer, you can ask for sponsorship for that role if you don't have a right to work, for example.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sudesh. That was valuable time with you. 3:30. Yeah. Greta is the next speaker. Greta, Mr. Sudesh, Greta. She's
yes,
from your own.
We all work together.
Greta, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone listening to me. I'm just carrying on. So I'm at work today. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hi, Greta.
Hello.
I don't want to explain much about Greta because Greta is with us for years, and she's but she's the right person to give you insight today. Greta, it's your time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon. I just want to say that it's very nice to hear very valuable advices given by Rashni and Sudesh. And it's nice to see familiar faces as well. working together. I can see that there will be a lot of questions probably about the visa. Probably Sudesh will be quite busy this afternoon as well, answering more questions, because I'm pretty sure that that's the main queries that the students have regarding how they can be sponsored and how they can get an NHS job, sponsoring by the NHS. But give me a little bit time as well. I think my session will be quite interesting as well, even though that Reshni her session was so detailed and with so many examples of the right application form, how to complete the right application form, because just bear in mind that every single interview, every single preparation for the interview has two parts. One, when you complete the application form, and secondly, once when you have to go to face-to-face interview. And obvious, your application form is giving you opportunity to go to the second part. Once when you're successful with your application form, then you're going to have the opportunity to go to the face-to-face interview. The application form, as Reshni said, is very extremely important, because obviously I can see a lot of questions like you're applying many times for different jobs and you haven't been selected, shortlisted to go for interview. Yes, that could be a case as well, but then you have to consider what Reshni mentioned earlier. Do you just copy and paste the same application form for each application that you're applying, or you just modified your application form based on the requirements for the position that you're applying? I saw that there was one question regarding that you've been applying as a band healthcare assistant, band 2, if you're able to convert this to band 3, to be able to be sponsored by the NHS. Yes, that's possible. Obviously, once when you're applying for the job, when you're looking for job opportunities, bear in mind that now at the moment, there's two different parts of healthcare assistant jobs, like what Sudesh explained earlier. Since last year, some of the requirement based on the thresholds change. That's why when you're looking for a job as a healthcare assistant, bear in mind that most of the time this will be like a band 2 application form, which doesn't, very often doesn't cover the criteria of the threshold for sponsorship visa. That means you have to look for mainly for band 3 in some hospitals, and some organization is classified as a healthcare support worker. That means HC SW application, which is band 3 to meet the threshold for the requirement for the sponsorship visa. But obviously, these more questions and more answers to be clarified by Sudesh. Reshni mentioned earlier some of the questions that you may probably be asked once when you go for your interview as an additional question for application form. Also, she mentioned something about the mock interview that in regards of like you preparing for the job, which is extremely important because once when you are shortlisted for your position, it's very important for you to know how to prepare for your interview. There's specific things that you need to really pay attention on to make sure that you are successful. Once when you're shortlisted, that to make sure that you are actually successful in your face-to-face interview. And that is something that we're going to cover this afternoon. Obvious, it's going to be very difficult for me to give you opportunity to ask all the questions that probably you'll have for this afternoon. I'm just not going to be able to cover entire question that you may be asked when you go for the interview, because it depends on the organization, depends on the position that you're applying. Some of the questions can be very specific for that particular position. But we're just going to clarify some of the most common questions that usually the healthcare assistant and the healthcare support workers ask when they go for the interview. But in regards of preparing of the interview, obviously there's quite few tricks that you have to really pay attention on. Probably some of you think that probably this is not that important, but actually I have to tell you that it's extremely important in regards of your preparation. First of all, I just want to let you know, once when you're successful for your job application, with your job application, you're shortlisted and you've got invite for your interview. Once when you, especially how does the NHS work? Once when you have the invite, you're going to be given different slots when you can click for, when you can select when to go for your interview. Make sure you do this as soon as possible, because obviously you don't want to be disappointed and not to be shortlisted. You don't want to get the interview time according to your needs. Like when you are shortlisted, make sure that you answer the emails as soon as possible, because that's give you give opportunity for the organization to make sure that you are interested of the job and actually you really want to come and to work for that particular organization. Do some important in regards of your preparation. I'm talking about preparing for your interview. When I'm saying do some research for your for the organization that you're applying, like Sidesh mentioned earlier, try to find out what is the trust value. Like, for example, Luton and Dunstable Hospital values Thrive. Try to find out a little bit more what does stay behind these values. Obviously, different organization can have a different values. Why I'm saying this, first of all, is giving you opportunity to clarify for yourself what organization you're applying for, if this organization meets your personal values as well, and what you contribute as a person to that organization. Secondly, is giving you a very, very big opportunity to answer some of the questions that you may be asked on the interview, like a face-to-face interview. For example, many times in Luton and Dunstable Hospital, for example, we have questions, what do you know about the hospital trust? And how these values reflect on your personal values, which could be a question. And if you don't know the values, if you haven't done any research for the organization, obvious, you can just guess, and your answer could be not something that the panel is looking at. That's why do some research. For example, you can find out if the hospital was merged with another hospital recently, if there's any innovation identified in the hospital recently, if there's any new project the hospital started, if there's any new opportunity, like a buildings opportunity, because obviously that's giving opportunity for you to explore that usage, expand, the service and the hospital expand. And it's just giving you some opportunity for you to prepare to know the organization better. Also, when you do the research for the organization that you're applying, that's going to give you opportunity to find out where exactly the place is, like which hospital you're applying, or if you're applying for the care home, where exactly the place is. And why I'm saying that is very important, because obviously as a part of your preparation, it's very important to know the venue where you're going, like where you're going to go for your interview, but also to make sure that you take the appropriate actions to go for your interview timely. The worst things you want is to be late for your interview. Why? Because first of all, that increases the nerves, that increases the adrenaline, that make you more anxious when you go for interview, but also is giving the opportunity for the panel to identify that actually you're not quite interested for your job. You're not that desperate, and you're not that really willing to dedicate yourself for your organization. That's like the first impression that the panel will have you if you go late for your interview. Bear in mind that when you're applying for your job, first of all, when you go for face-to-face interview, in many organizations, there's two parts. One is the literacy and maths questions, like time for your literacy maths exam, before you go for the actual question interview. Obviously, if you are late for your interview, that's going to give you less time. First of all, there's many organizations that will say that if you're late, you can't go for your first part of the exam. Or if they give you opportunity for you still to go for the exam, obviously you're going to have less time to answer the questions. That's why I just do some research for your organization and try to find out the place, the time of your interview. Make sure that you go there a little bit earlier to have time to settle, to relieve the pressure of yourself, going for the interview, but also will give this impression of the panel, of the whole organization, of all the interview team, that actually you're really willing and you're really dedicated, to work for this organization. When we talk about preparation, make sure that you take everything necessary with you when you go for the interview. Me, for example, I'm extremely nervous when I talk. That's why I like to have a bottle with water with me, because I know that if I know that I have to talk a lot, my throat will start drying, and obviously I'm going to feel very nervous of coughing and feeling uncomfortable when I'm talking to people. That's why make sure that you have a pen with you, make sure that you have a bottle with water with you, everything that will make you comfortable, feeling comfortable for the interview. When Rashni was talking earlier, she was talking about, you listing all the certificates, all the qualifications that you have. I'm not saying that you have to, but it will be very nice for you to bring in the folder all your certificates and all the qualifications that you have, like evidence of your qualification. I'm not saying that definitely you're going to be asked to show your certificates to the panel. Bear in mind that the panel already know all your qualifications because of your application form. But in case if the panel wants to see any of your certificates, you have everything in your hand. But also the fact that when you ask question, for example, if one of the questions like, can you tell us about your qualifications? You can say, for example, I'm not saying that you have to, but I'm saying just, for example, I said, I've done my diploma level 3 with the Welfare Academy and I've got my certificate as evidence. Obviously, the panel, they can say, yeah, can I have a look at that? But if they don't, at least you know that you have everything in your hand and they will see that actually you're coming for your interview very well prepared. That's why make sure that you bring all your certificates, like your portfolio with you, just in case if you'll be asked to show like any evidence, but also that's going to give you confidence that everything that you listed in your application form is there with you and you're the right person that actually applying for this job. Why I'm saying like, why do you need a pen with you? Make sure that you always have a pen, because I personally feel very uncomfortable. I'm very office orientated and I like my pens and all my stuff. That's why I feel very uncomfortable if somebody asks me, oh, can I borrow your pen? That means, but you're coming for interview, isn't it? I think you should be well prepared, at least to have a pen with you. I'm not saying that, the panel not going to offer you their pen, but just make sure that you have everything with you when you're going for the interview. Dress code, extremely important to talk about the dress code. I know that probably you think that it's not that important, but actually it is. It's very important for us to, for the panel to see that actually the staff, the people applying for this job are coming well prepared, even the way that they looked. Girls, I just want to mention that all of us, we like to look beautiful. A lot of makeup, that doesn't make us beautiful. Make sure that, you don't put a lot of makeup when you're going for the interview, because you don't want the panel to be attracted and to pay more attention on your makeup, but you want them to be more attracted of your answers. That's why please be a little bit stingy on your makeup when you're going for the interview. Also, the way that you dress yourself, make sure that you dress yourself comfortable but smart. Obviously, if it's a summertime, we like to be less dressed, like with the vest and flip-flops. That's very inappropriate way for you to be prepared for the interview. First of all, you always have to make sure that you're prepared, you're dressed comfortable, but also smart. You have to make this impression of the panel that actually you put some efforts to prepare for this interview, even the way that you're dressed. It's not like I just went for the coffee, I just get out of the coffee shop and I'm just going for an interview. Put some efforts and dress yourself smartly. Make sure that you're comfortable, make sure that your shoes are comfortable, because the last things you want is like brand new and comfortable shoes, which is giving you more stress of the pain that you experience, and that's going to take your attention of the question that you're going to be asked. When we're talking about dress code, also I just want to mention something about the way that you're just presenting there. Make sure that you be yourself, even when you entry for your interview. Be yourself. Yes, of course, the interview is extremely stressful time. It's extremely anxious, but I don't like, and I've been involved in many times in the interviews, I don't like when the people come to the office, come to the room and say, oh my God, I'm so nervous, I'm so nervous. Yes, of course, we know that, especially if you never worked for the healthcare organization before, we know that you're going to be nervous. But saying that, actually, what's the point of saying that? Saying that, that's increase the pressure, not only with you, but increase the pressure of the panel as well. You're going to be, the panel will feel very uncomfortable asking you questions because of the way that you're expressing yourself. One more thing I want to mention is the body language. Obviously, not just what we are saying to the panel, but the body language of you as a part of your preparation. Make sure that, like I said, your clothes are prepared because you want to feel comfortable. When you sit opposite the panel, make sure that you don't cross your feet. That's quite in front of your chest. That sounds like you're quite arrogant for your interview. Make sure that you're comfortable being yourself, but also your body language have to be showing the panel that you are very open, you're very honest, and you're just yourself. When we talk about the body language, make sure that you don't feel nervous, or if you feel nervous, that's why you have the pen with you. That's why you've got the bottle with water with you. Because if you feel uncomfortable and if you feel very anxious, actually there's a trick that you can play with the lid of your bottle, which is taking the nerves, because actually you're paying all the nerves and all the anxiety to your bottle and to your pen instead of answering the questions. That's why make sure that you pay up with your bottle with the lid or with your pen. Please don't do this all the time, because actually that's going to increase the pressure and the anxiety with you, but also with the panel as well. That's why just play up with your pen, with your bottle, just to relieve the pressure and the anxiety of yourself. Like I said, like I mentioned earlier, obviously, there are going to be some tests like math and literacy. You're going to have plenty of time, to answer the question. Don't stress yourself about these questions, because obviously they're not difficult. But please, please, please pay really attention on the questions. Don't be arrogant just because you brief very quickly. You read very briefly the question and you feel like, oh, I know the answer. You just write everything that first come to your mind, because sometimes the questions can be very tricky. Like, for example, obviously, each organization has a different questions. But like, for example, you're going to be shown in Luton and Dunstable Hospital, for example, we have one question which most of the students fail on that one. Most of the applicants fails on that one, showing you a map with some departments in different areas, and the question is like how you can find your quickest way to that department. And obviously, sometimes the obvious is not the right question, it's not the right answer. Sometimes you really have to pay attention of on the map and on the question itself to make sure that you give the right answer. Because like I said, this is your first part of your face-to-face interview to pass your math and literacy. That's why when you pass this, we are successful on that part, then you can go for the face-to-face interview. A lot of people fail on the interview because they think like, okay, I've done my math and literacy, I've passed that. That means, the questions are easy. I'm very confident. I'm a very good talker. I can talk about everything and anything, and I'll be 100% successful on that. It's not, because actually the questions, face-to-face questions, are very important for you to be prepared, because actually these questions can give you opportunity to show the panel who you are, what do you want from your life, how confident you are in applying in this position. Are you the right person for applying for this position? Are you able actually to sell yourself enough to make sure that you'll be successful in your interview? Now we will try to do some like a mock exam, mock question interview, based on the most common questions that usually we can face in our face-to-face interview. Obviously, I'm not saying that I'm going to cover everything and every possible question that the NHS can ask you, but I'm just going to give you some guide of like what you can expect when you go for the interview. It's very important for you, like when you go for the interview, for the face-to-face interview, to make sure that actually you're honest. Let's be honest with ourselves now. With the new technology, you can prepare very well for the interview. You can read 100 questions on Google or YouTube. You can find them, and you can learn everything that the people are saying about like how to answer successfully for those particular questions. But bear in mind that when you go for face-to-face interview, opposite the table, on the other side of the table, you have experienced managers, matrons, head of nursing, deputy head of nursing, band 6 nurses, who have many years of experience, doing interviews. That means we know once when the candidate is answering with something that is learned from Google, and we know when candidate is answering the question with pretty much of what they are as a person, like when they're open and honest in their answers. And probably Reshni can confirm like how easy it is for experienced panel to select the right people for the job. Also bear in mind that when we go for the interview, it's very, you have people on the other side of the table who are looking for specific person. It's not for any, even though that on the news we always hear how NHS is very short of staff and how NHS is very desperate for staff. Let me just give you this reassurance that NHS, yes, we are very short of staff. Yes, we desperately need staff, nurses, healthcare assistants, healthcare support workers, but we need the right people. We need the right and confident and people who we know that they're going to stay with the organization, with the department for very long time, and also they're going to develop themselves there. They're going to stay with the organization. It's very easy for the panel, especially once when they have a lot of experience, it's very easy for them to identify that right person. Make sure that when you answer the questions, you really listen to the questions and give the right answer. Obviously, I'm a foreigner. I'm from Bulgaria, and as pretty much most of us, English is not our first language. That's why sometimes I know that the people in the panel, they speak very fast, like me, for example, and they're very quick in asking the question. Sometimes we don't understand the question very well as a candidate. We probably have some doubts about the question. There's nothing wrong with you to ask if somebody can repeat the question again, or if you think that the question has been asked very quick, it's nothing wrong with you to say, can you just speak a little bit slower, or just can you repeat the question again. Don't just start answering the question presuming that you heard the question correctly. Just if you have any doubts or any questions about the question, if you're not sure that you understand the question correctly, please ask for more clarification. Just ask if the person asking the question can repeat the question, instead of you just start answering giving a completely wrong answer. That will help you, first of all, to break this ice and to break this anxiety in the beginning of the interview, but also will give you the opportunity for you to know the panel better, how flexible they are in asking the questions. That's why please make sure that if you don't understand a question, ask if they can repeat the question, or if you think that they speak very fast, ask if the question can be asked again, but a little bit slower. You have to make sure that you understand the question very well, because obvious, if you understand the question very well, that will give you the opportunity to answer the question correctly. Usually the interview have some different parts. The face-to-face interview have a different parts. We always always start with the interview with open questions. After that, we have some personal questions, like to find the personality of the person that applying for the job. And then we have some scenario questions. And then on the end, we have some closing questions. Every single part of this interview, every single part of the interview is extremely important, for you to be prepared for that. Because obviously, that's going to give you opportunity to know what to expect from the interview. When we're talking about open questions, obviously, there can be different variety of open questions. But usually the most common questions why we're using the open questions, actually, the open questions are used mainly to break the ice between the panel and the candidate. It's using to make the candidate feel more comfortable in the presence of the panel. The open questions are used to make sure that you actually feel yourself, because usually the open questions are mainly to identify yourself as a person, as a professional, and also is giving you opportunity for you to for the first time when I went for my interview as a nurse in a care home, nursing care home. I was so nervous because obviously that was my first interview as a nurse. In my head, I had examples of 150 questions that they may ask me. And when I sat there, I remember my manager asked me, "Oh, hi, darling, where are you from?" And when I said that I'm from Bulgaria, and they're like, "Oh my God, I've been there. I've been in Sunny Beach." And then we start talking about my country. And in one moment, I felt so comfortable, talking to these two ladies that I completely even forgot that I'm on interview. And obviously after that, when we went back to the interview, like the questions, I feel really relaxed. I feel myself, and I feel confident that these ladies are there to listen to me, not to judge me, but to listen to my answers and to make sure that they will make the right decision to hire me or not to hire me for the position. That's why sometimes the people take the open questions like a little bit in arrogant way, thinking of like, why are you asking me this question? You already read my job description. You already know everything about me. You know already about my qualification, where did I qualified, you know everything because of my application form, you know everything about me already. Why are you asking me all these questions again? Why should I repeat myself again now face to face? Please be really prepared for these questions, and don't take these questions like a stupid questions, because there is a reason for that questions. Make sure that you give answer or the best of your ability, but also make sure that Rachel mentioned earlier that it's not very nice, to repeat yourself, but actually this is a place where, yes, you can repeat a little bit of what you mentioned in your application form, but also will give you opportunity to mention something in like the face-to-face interview, something that probably you miss to mention in your application form. That's why it's very important for you to be prepared for the open questions. And when we're talking about open questions, obvious, the open questions can be different. There can be a variety of open questions. But for example, one of the open questions that you can, the panel can use, and very often we use, to ask the candidate is, can you tell me something about yourself? When we talk about saying something about yourself, obvious, like I said earlier, you already mentioned a lot about yourself in your application form. But here is the time where you have to not to tell the panel all your life story, or all your qualification story, or all your experience story. Don't forget that this is already written in your application form, and the panel is aware of your application form. But this is a place where you have to say very briefly about yourself. And this is the question. Because it's an open question, and probably it's going to be like one of your first questions that you'll be asked. It will give you opportunity to show up your appreciation to the panel for taking time, to select you, to shortlist you, to select you, and to give you opportunity for your for this interview. You can start always your answer of the questions like, thank you for giving me the opportunity for applying for this job. And with the reaction of this first sentence, will give you, as a candidate, will give you opportunity to see how the panel is accepting you as an applicant, as a candidate as well. And you can just say very briefly, absolutely very briefly, about your name, about your age. Don't forget that the panel, like what Rashni mentioned earlier, when the panel see the application form, they don't know your name, they don't know your gender, they don't know your age, they don't know much about your background. They know your working experience, your qualification, you as a person. Giving the interview panel a little bit more information about you. First of all, like I said, break the ice, but also is giving opportunity for the panel to make a plan. Are you the suitable candidate for this job? Like, for example, if you say, I'm 76 years old lady, I'm 76 years old, the panel will have opportunity to realize, okay, you're 76, you're applying for a healthcare assistant, how you're standing in this job, like, are you the right candidate? What opportunity you can have as a person in that age, to work in that department, and what adaptation the panel, the recruiters need to make, to accommodate your skills and your knowledge within the team. You can mention very briefly about if you're married or if you're single. That's going to give the panel opportunity to think about your flexibility, how many children you have. But like I said, this is like a very brief information. We NHS, we don't make a discrimination about age, culture, gender, marriage status, and also like regarding the children you have. But it will give an opportunity for the panel to make a plan of how they can accommodate your needs according to the job description. And also in that question, you can very briefly say it about yourself, like what makes that you're passionate about helping people. Obviously, this is a very tricky question because a lot of people, they read internet and they read Google and they just answer everything that they learn from there. It's not about that. It's about you being yourself. It's about you being honest and open to the panel, just to tell them who you are as a person, how your attribute and your characteristic can contribute to the team and can actually make you perfectly fit to the team that you apply for, the job you're applying. You can also say that very briefly that you're a very friendly person. You like to work in positive working environment. That's why you always try to create positive atmosphere at work. It's just giving the panel opportunity to see you as a person. And like I said earlier, everything that your characteristic can bring in a positive way to the team. When we talking about yourself, please don't try to mention everything about yourself, because sometimes this time, don't forget that the interview has a time. Start answering the first question. Timelessness, can give you less time for your next questions, but also, the panel can stop you on the very first question if you start talking a lot. Because actually, with the first question, with the answer of the first question, you can consume all the time that you have available for your time. Also, if you start talking a lot on your first question, the panel can stop you, because bear in mind that the panel have a structure of the interview. They know what question they need to ask you, and also they can stop you on the first question at some point. Once when you go to that point where you can say, you will be told, oh, can we stop here? That make you feel very anxious that you haven't delivered the answer that you want, but also the panel what they're looking for. That's why, that can increase the anxiety between you and the panel. That's why just try to be very diplomatic, very brief, but very detailed in your answers. Like that's why when I said in the beginning, to prepare for your interview is extremely important. Don't just think that obviously you know everything, especially if you have a previous experience working in the healthcare organization. You're expert in everything that they possibly ask you. Still try to prepare yourself with all the questions that you probably will be asked. Another open questions that you can be asked as a part of your interview is, can you tell the panel what do you know about the trust, or what make you applying for, what make this job more attractive for you, or do you know anything about the trust or the organization, and why you're applying for this trust. Here is the place where you have to show your research. Here is the place where you have to, like Sidesh mentioned earlier, here is the place where you have to mention about the trust values and what actually make you attracted as an organization for you to apply for this job. I personally had the interview, probably Rashni had the same experience when I had one applicant who came, and when we asked that question, he's like, oh, because I need visa. Even though if that is the main motive for you applying for the job, please don't be so direct in your answer. Because actually that is showing the panel, even if you say, oh, because I'm looking for visa or I'm looking for sponsorship, that is showing the panel that actually you're not interested of the job as a job. You're not interested in your development, in your dedication, working for the organization. You're just looking for somebody to sponsor you and somebody to give you opportunity to work, which is right, but that's not going to sell you to the panel. That's why when you ask to talk about what you know about the trust, about the organization, and what make you actually applying for this job. Just do some research to, usually we provide a lot of, in application form, we provide a lot of information about the trust. We provide a lot of information about the values as well. But do some additional research. I'm very impressed usually when I have a candidate and who, for example, tell me that they know that recently Luton Dunstable Hospital was merged with Bedford Hospital, and now they become one hospital, like one foundation trust. That's really impressed me on the interview and make me feel that actually this person is interested of the job, is interested of the organization. This person actually is attracted not only because of the job, but is attracted of the whole opportunity that the organization provides. And I'm 100% sure that this person will stay there for a long time, because actually they're looking for opportunity not only to work, but they're looking for opportunity to develop themselves within the organization. That's why just please do some research before you're going for the interview, and make sure that you find a way, even if you don't have this direct question of if you know anything about the organization, make sure you find a way to mention to the panel that you've done your research and you know everything about this organization, and that actually is making you attractive, you know, for you to apply for that place. Now, like I said, you know, some of the questions, you know, you can have many other different open questions. Like, for example, I'm not going to be able to cover all of them. Like, for example, on one of my interview, I was very shocked when I was asked an open question. If you have to be an animal, can you describe yourself, what animal you are as a person? Which really shocked me, because obvious, you know, nobody goes for the interview to be asked like to to make sure that you know, like, you know what animal you are as a person. That's why you be prepared that as an open question you can be asked pretty much everything. Take time to think about the open questions, like the answers that you're going to give, but also just relax. Even if you don't understand question correctly, like for example, when I was asked for this animal comparing, I was just like, oh, can you just give me a little bit more explanation? And when I was giving some more additional questions about that one, I was able to answer, because obviously, you know, some of the questions can be a little bit strange, a little bit shocking. That's why just make sure that you understand the question correctly. As a second part of your face-to-face interview, you can have like a personal questions. Like when I'm saying personal, they're not going to ask you about bank details and some personal information, but you're going to be asked more personal questions about you as a person, like what you as a person can contribute to the team. Obviously, you know, some of the questions would be, like I said, you know, the questions can be different, but some of the questions can sound like can you tell us what attracted you for this position? Or the question can be, can you explain the panel why we have to hire you for this position? Or you can be asked, which they're pretty much similar. The answer that you have to give are pretty much similar. You just have to listen very careful to the question to make sure that you understand the question correctly. Or you can be asked a question like, what actually has attracted you to the healthcare professional job? In this type of questions, what the panel is looking for, they're looking actually why you actually applying for this job. What make you apply for this job? Obviously, you know, some answers like I'm attracted from the salary. Fair enough, but this is not something that the panel is looking for. I'm looking for sponsorship. Fair enough. It's an open answer. It's a very honest answer. But just think of, is that the only reason for you to apply for the job? Because obviously, you know, there's many other opportunities. There's many other jobs where you can be sponsored for your visa. But what make you applying for a healthcare system or healthcare support worker job? Why actually you want to apply for this job? This part of questions is giving the opportunity for the panel to understand your motivation. You know, just for you to think for your right attitude, to think about your personality, to think about the personal positive internal motivation, like what motivates. Because I can see that a lot of people of the questions that we had in the chat, I can see that a lot of you like have a different specialties of pharmacies, some doctors as well. Why you want to start from a healthcare support worker's job? Obviously, no, this is the panel, but this is a place where you have to explain the panel. What is your motivation behind? It's usually very, especially if you want to, you're applying for a healthcare assistant job, like working with people. You always can start with that your desire is always for you to be able to help people. You can give an example, even if you don't have like a healthcare professional job experience previously. If you work, like for example, as a in the shop, still don't forget that you have a customer skills that you have to bring to that point in a question. You have a skills that you develop, still being able to support clients, customers, and how these skills, how your experience from that place can help you to contribute to your passion and your motivation in the healthcare organization. If you have any examples, brilliant, but please think about the right examples. That's why we're doing like this kind of like a mock exam, mock interview, just for you, like in regards of preparing for your interview, to think of like what examples you can bring to the panel. When we're talking about helping others, it's very important for when you're giving examples, even if you don't have any previous experience in the healthcare organization, it's like any examples from your previous life, from not previous life, I mean from previous work experience, how this can contribute to the organization. Like for example, if you had the opportunity to take care of any of your relatives, how actually taking care of your relatives help you to identify your passion and your dedication of helping others. Like for example, you can always say that my granddad was very unwell back home, and when he was admitted to the hospital, I identified the hard work of the people working in the hospital, and also because I was able to help my dad, it made me realize that actually my passion is about helping others and helping people to get better, to become more independent. Everything that you bring from your previous experience that can bring to your organization and to your department that you're applying for. For example, if you work in the, like I said, shops or with any customers skills that you had in previous work, you always can bring that. Like for example, if you work in the post office, you always can say, I was very determined, to always to support the people, my customers, and that's developed my communication skills, that's developed my personal centered skills as well. And I identified that actually reading the job descriptions gave me opportunity to think that my skills and my previous experience can contribute successfully and effectively to the job that I'm applying for. Obviously, when we're talking about what makes you attracted, for this job, make sure, please, I'm opening a big place for big requirement here. Please make sure that you read your job description. Like what Reshni said earlier, when you're reading the job description, don't just copy and paste your answers there. Like for example, if in the job description saying, I'm looking for highly motivated person, don't come to the panel and say, I'm attracted for this job because I actually am a highly motivated person. Don't give me my requirement back to me. Just take that, think about yourself as a person, and tell me as a person, as your experience, what of your personality can contribute for me for my team. That's why please read your job description very carefully. Make sure that you're familiarized with the job description, because this is the essential criteria that you have to cover for applying for this job. This is gonna be your job description will be 90% the answers for all the questions that you're going to be asked, but don't copy and paste the answers even in your face-to-face interview. Okay. When we're talking about the personal questions, you can be asked questions about your strengths and your weaknesses. Now, this question can be like a one question or can be like a two different questions. Can you tell us about your strengths? And another question can you talk about your weaknesses? Now, I'm going to start with the weaknesses first, because obviously this is a place where a lot of people fail. Jensen, did you say something?
Yeah. Greta, back to the previous question.
students like the way when we teach them NVQ, we ask them to prepare in a way they address experience. I mean, their life experience, connecting with the ideas. Similarly, if a candidate is looking, I mean, like we people looking for a candidate, hardworking. So when they put up their personal statement, they can come up with, don't copy that, but they can come up with an example, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that should make an idea to the reader that you're a hard worker. Do not copy and paste your skills level. No one care about it. But instead, put up an experience. This is what NVQ train you. This is why we are learning that STAR method of speaking, STAR method of writing. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. Don't forget that, in your personal statement, you already mentioned about, in your application form, you already mentioned about all your qualification. But also in your face-to-face interview, once when you talk about your dedication and how you really want to help people, like how you're driven of the idea, helping people, and that's make you applying for this job. It's very important for you to mention it again to the panel. Just bear in mind that probably some people of the panel are not familiar with your application form. That's why it's very important to mention again to the panel, because of this idea that you want to help people. That's what that drove you to the idea to apply for the NVQ level 2, level 2, level 3, level 5 care certificate, or any qualification that you was able to develop for yourself prior to applying for the job. You need to mention it in your interview as well, because you apply for all these trainings not because you didn't have anything else to do at home, but because actually you wanted to invest in yourself, and you wanted to invest in your passion of helping people and finding opportunity, for you to find a job within NHS. That's why, like I said, and in this part of the questions, you may be asked a question of the panel: do you have any evidence of you doing these trainings? And that's why I said, make sure that you have a portfolio with you with all your certificates, because you can say, yes, I've done my NVQ level 3 with Welfare Academy. I've completed my training last year or 2 years ago, and since then I'm very passionate of finding a job where I can where I can show and demonstrate my skills and my knowledge that I was able to learn during my training. Yeah, extremely important for you to mention that. Why did you do all those trainings, and what make you actually applying? Why these trainings you think that can contribute to the job that we're applying for? Now, when we talk about the weaknesses, one big mistake that people do when they talk about weaknesses, they just mention like really bad weaknesses. What do I mean about this? It's like, for example, very often people think like, okay, I'm going to be open and honest. I'm going to be talking about my weakness. And like, for example, my weakness is to stay until very late at night. I usually go to bed like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. This is not a great example of weaknesses that you have to talk about, because obviously, the panel, or if in the panel, if you have people who are looking for a healthcare assistant, they can, for me as a manager, for example, I can think about, do I need person who's going to sleep like at night only like 2 hours? This person who's going to be very tired on the following day. I don't think so. This is the person who is going to give 100% on the following day when they have to work a 12.5-hour shift. If this is the right candidate, this is not a great example of your weaknesses. Even though if that is your weakness, this is not something that you have to really point to the interview panel as your weakness. Obviously, very well applying for the job of the job description, what is the requirement, what is the skills that you have to contribute to the team. That's why probably if that's really your weakness, you can make a plan how you're going to work on resolving your weakness. But this is not something that the panel really needs to know about, because obviously, this can put the panel off of offering you the job. Does that make sense? When we talk about weaknesses, and contribute to the positive and effective work within the department. I know that the example that I'm going to give you probably sounds very pathetic, but obvious. I just want to mention of what actually I'm talking about, how your weaknesses can contribute in positive way to the department. Like, for example, as a weakness, my personal weakness as a person is that I have a very high level of expectation. And as a person, I'm not compromising the level of experience, level of care that I want my patient to receive. That's why, for example, my weakness is because of my expectation and because of the care, high quality of care that I want my patients to receive. That sometimes make me a little bit more strict at work because I don't want to compromise the care of my patients. I have a very big expectation, and I have a very big requirement from the people that I'm working with. Yes, it's a weakness because actually, that kind of weakness can make me frustrated if I don't see the same level of work with my other colleagues. That can contribute to raising a little bit the atmosphere at work, because obviously if I don't see the same response from my colleagues, that can expand a little bit the atmosphere at work. But actually, as a manager, you really want somebody in your team who is determined and who is driven of the idea that the quality of care for patients stay above every other personal characteristic. That's why everything else can be adapted to the team. Obviously, we work in multi-cultural and diverse team. That's why we have to make sure that actually everything else we can adapt and we can adjust within the team. But the quality of care is something that the work managers are looking at, just to make sure that the quality of care are maintained all the time and the patient needs are met all the time. That's why when we talk about weaknesses, just think about something that can contribute still it's your weakness, and you can adapt within the team when you're successful with the interview. But actually, you're not ready to compromise the standards, the quality of care, and the patient experience within your organization. Because obvious, as a manager, this is the main idea of us having the right candidates. Somebody who is driven of the idea to work hard, but to make sure that the patient's needs are met, experience is positive, and the quality of care kept on the same standard all the time. When we talk about strengths, like I said, could be combined questions, but could be a separate question. When we talk about strengths, this is the place, even though that you mentioned already some of them in your application form, this is the place where you really, really, really have to sell yourself. You need to tell the panel your strengths and how these strengths are actually effective and how they're beneficial for the department and for the team that we're applying for. For example, as a person, I don't want to hear, I've done my level, NVQ level 3 as your strengths. You already mentioned this in your application. You already probably mentioned this in your open question. Here, I want to hear you as a person, why you as a person are the right person for my department, for my team. Are you reliable? Obviously, we know that NHS can offer a lot of surprises. You come for your shift in the morning and 2 people call off sick. That means we're going to work with short staff. Are you adaptive? Are you reliable? If I call you in the last minute for you to come to work for additional shift, can I rely on you as a manager? Can I? Are you the person that actually I know if the department is in trouble, if the department is very short of staff, you're gonna come and actually you're gonna help us to make sure that the shift is safe. Are you flexible? Here I want to hear about your organizational skills, about your listening skills, about your communication skills. Even though that we know that the English is not our first language, your communication skills and how, because bear in mind that in our job, especially as a healthcare support workers, you are the eyes, you are the ears, you are the mouth between the nursing staff, doctor staff, and the patients. You are like the main resource of information that we can share, we can use to make sure that our patients receive the right treatment. That's why here where you have to really mention about you as a person. Also, not only like your professional characteristic, but also for you as a person. For example, when I go for the interview, I'm a very creative person. I like to create stuff. I like to make cards. I like to do a lot of crafting. And I always when I go for interview, I mention this in my interview because obviously my skills, my additional skills, which I use like my hobby, my crafting skills, that actually help me to contribute to the team. Because just bear in mind that in NHS, we do a lot of researches, we do a lot of different boards, different projects. We, like Rashni mentioned earlier, when we do some innovations, instead of you coming and asking your manager, we have a problem here, what do you want me to do? For you to go on to tell your manager, you know what, we have a problem in that area. I'm very good with creating a board. Do you want me to create a board where we can point this information, to be more visible for the team? That's why my crafting skills, for example, I always make sure that the people are aware of that, because actually that's in some point, in some areas, can contribute to the work environment. That's why anything for you as a person, if you're singing, or if you're a good reader, or if you like reading books, just make sure that you share this with the panel. Some people will think that, but this is not related with the job. Yes, true, but it's related to you as a person, and you don't know when and how this characteristic actually can contribute to your team, and how your manager can be beneficial of taking this characteristic, as a part of the team, of your skills and your knowledge. That's why please just mention everything that you are as a person, as your strengths, and how this characteristic and these attributes of you can contribute to the team. When we talk about personal questions, the panel can ask you different things. Like, for example, they can ask you about, can you tell us about your previous experience when you have to deal with your strengths? Think about your examples. Please just don't say anything and everything about comes to your mind. I remember when we went for the one on the interview, one of the girls was saying, "Oh, I'm very eager to help because I have a very good skills of working under pressure," which is a great answer. That's something that we want to hear as managers, and that we want to know that somebody who, because the job in NHS in the hospital usually is quite stressful. We want to hear that somebody is saying, like, yeah, they're able to work under pressure. They're calm and they can make a right decision under pressure. And then the example that she gave actually was quite funny, because she said, "My child was choking, and I was very calm, and I just slapped my child to make sure that she's breathing okay. But she was still not breathing okay. And then I took my child for her legs, and I started shaking and shaking and shaking her. And one moment she nearly died because of my shaking." Obviously, the answer started great and finished quite bad, because obviously, that is her personal experience, but the way that has been expressed didn't go very well with the panel, and that actually caused a lot of additional questions. That's why just make sure that you think about your examples, give the right examples, and when you're giving examples, please make sure that you give example that not going to give the panel opportunity to ask more questions, if that makes sense. Once when you're giving example, or even any answer of your questions, make sure that the question is your answer is in full, and it's not going to give opportunity for the panel to ask you more questions, to prompt you with more questions. Because first of all, if the panel starts asking you more questions, that means you're not probably giving the right answers, and the panel wants to hear more. Or secondly, can give with you, because actually you're not prepared for these additional questions. Yeah, that's why make sure when you're answering any questions, you answer in full, very diplomatic, very brief, like very strict with your answers, but giving everything that the panel needs to know. Because of that, that's going to stop the panel of asking additional questions that you're not prepared for that. Okay. Now, obviously, you can be asked more personal questions. They will be very much similar, talking about you as a person, about your personality. But then you have to think of like the next part of the questions, which is more like a scenario questions. Now, talking about the scenario questions, that will be questions mainly about different situation that can happen within your work time. And you have to answer those questions. I know that some of you who never work in the healthcare organization and who don't have a previous healthcare or NHS experience can think that is quite unfair questions. But don't forget that the panel is absolutely aware that you didn't have this previous experience. And the fact that you've been given opportunity to go to the face-to-face interview, that means the NHS, the organization, found something in your application form that think that you're the right person for this position. Now, answering the scenario question is your time to show that actually whoever did the shortlisting didn't make a wrong choice, but they select really the right person. That's why, even though that you don't have a previous experience and previous NHS or any previous experience within the healthcare organization, like a care support worker in the care homes or domiciliary environment as well, don't forget that the fact that you're shortlisted, that there's something in you that you have to bring now in your face-to-face interview to prove that actually you're the right person applying for this job. Your attitude and your approach to those questions is the right way for you to prepare for those questions. When I'm saying the right attitude, obviously, once when you are asked scenario questions, yes, probably you're not going to be familiar with all the right answers for these questions, but you answering with the right attitude that you are the right person for this job, going to give you a 99% confidence that your answer will be correct. Also, when I said your approach and your answering with confidence. Why I'm saying answering with confidence? Because even though the question will be very much specific to the healthcare organization, the work in the healthcare organization, your previous experience can actually be very similar to the right answer for that specific question. Very often, the panel, you can provide examples as well, even that they are not related to the healthcare organization. But what the panel actually is looking at when they're asking a scenario question, the panel is looking at how your confidence, your abilities to work within the organization. For example, depends on what question you're going to be asked. The panel is looking for your to see what is your management skills, your time management skills, your communication skills, your listening skills, what is your organizational skills, and what is your prioritizing. That's why it depends on the questions. Make sure that you think about all examples that you can give in that areas. For example, very often, question that you can be asked is, can you tell the panel about a time when you have to deal with a patient who is refusing your care? That doesn't mean if you're applying for a healthcare, for the healthcare assistant in the care homes managed by NHS or in the hospitals, we always can have those patients who refusing a care from a specific person. Depends on what happened, what the situation is, and your answers is actually, and the example that you have to give is like how you're going to resolve this situation. Yes, like I said earlier, probably you think that this is not a fair question, especially if you never work in a healthcare organization and you never provide personal care for a patient. But actually, the panel wants to see with this question, the panel wants to see your problem-solving thinking when you work with the organization, and that what reassurance you can give to the patient to make sure that actually the needs are met for the patient. Like, for example, you can talk about different, like when we talk about this question, you can give an example of your previous experience, because obviously, regardless of what you work, you always can have a customers or clients who refuse, your care or your service. And when you're giving example, you always can think of like how this example can contribute to that question, like, to be the right the right answer. First thing, how you can answer, just like thinking about problem resolving, like how you can resolve problems. You can also always tell the panel that the first things you're going to do is to listen to the concern or to listen to the patient. That's going to give opportunity for the panel to identify that you have a very good approach to the situation, first of all. Secondly, they're going to realize they will see that actually you have a very good structural approach to the situation, like for example, starting with good listening to the main concern, because very often when we offer resolving problems or resolving any concerns, we are very quick. Our normal human being reaction is for us to offer solution without listening what exactly the problem is. Your answer to this question will give the panel opportunity to identify, are you one of those person who are very quick in jumping off the solution, like giving conclusion of the problem, or you want to go to the bottom, identifying what exactly is, and resolving this problem, including the patient as well. That's why what you can say to the panel, that like the right answer for this question is like, first, I will listen to my patient and I will listen to their concerns. Very often, the people understand that very often the people are not making complaint, or they don't want to be angry of the care or to refuse the care that I'm will be able to deliver, but very often I know that they're acting in act of frustration, or they just feel helplessness or lonely, and that can trigger their approach to my care. I will communicate with the patient. I'll identify what's the reason behind of them refusing the care that I provide. Is that me as a person, or they just generally refuse the care? And then I will speak with the patient to identify how I can support them. If I'm not able to resolve the problem, I'm going to seek for advice and from more experienced staff, or from my senior like nurses, senior nurses, ward manager and matron on the ward. That's obvious, as a manager, we always want to hear the people who are able to resolve the problem by themselves. But giving an answer that if you cannot resolve the problem, you're going to look for support from others, will give the opportunity for the panel actually to identify your resilience and your limitation as well. Because we are not expecting every single person to know everything and to be able to resolve any problem. But that's why we're a team, and within a team we have people with different skills and different experience and different knowledge. And how you as a person will be able to adapt to that team and to look for other people's skills and knowledge to contribute to resolve the problem. And also that's going to give the panel opportunity to see that actually you are open to learn. Because the fact that you was not able to resolve the problem in the first place, but you're looking for experienced people to come to help, to support you in that situation, is giving the panel opportunity to see that you are open to learn and you're open to develop your new skills, and you work within your limitation, but you want to contribute and to develop yourself further. Any questions so far? Just tell me if I speak very fast. I can slow down. Just make sure that you understand everything that you know. Another scenario question that you may be asked on your interview. Can you tell us about what do you think it will be more challenging in your position as a healthcare assistant or healthcare support worker? This question actually can be part of like your personal questions, or like part of your scenario questions, like can be like the bridge between the two type of questions.
Greta, one second. Greta, you asked your question, is there any queries from the students? Up to now, I've blocked, they can't speak really. There will be confusion. So do you want me to open up for a
group discussion?
Do you want me
Sorry, I
to
can't-
do you want me to open for an open discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now onwards, students, if anyone wants to speak to, yeah, you can go ahead with it because time frame. Yeah. Hi, students. You can ask questions, okay? Because of the time frame for the first half, I didn't put it on. It was just a message. Humeria, yeah. There were many questions asked. Is it good time to mention question?
Hi, sir. Hello,
Hi.
sir.
Yeah, Humeria.
Hi, I am working currently as a senior healthcare assistant last 3 years. So I have a plan to switch my visa in different place actually. So can I apply in NHS?
Yeah, of course. This is what we were discussing about.
Actually, I'm a bit confused because my visa is expiring soon, within 2 months. So
But you got the visa from care settings as a permanent staff, isn't it?
yeah, this is up 3
Just you ought to be applying for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Others, any questions to Greta regards?
Sorry, sir. Are they providing senior healthcare visa?
Of course.
Okay.
Right. Others, if anyone wants to ask any question, you have.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Since I've been applying for this job application for healthcare assistant, I've been seeing some of the criterias like nursing. They keep mentioning nursing, and it's like a backlash for me because some of them say if you have a passion to go into nursing, like you want to further into nursing, you can apply for this application. And I do not want to further into nursing because I do not have a passion for nursing. My passion is social work because I want to focus on social work for abused women. And the fact that I keep seeing nursing is like a backlash for me because I'm like, is it only nurses in the NHS that they need to accept for the healthcare assistant job or something?
Greta, you can.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if Rashni is still in the group. Probably should be more capable to answer this question, but I'll try my best. Obviously, I know that the new requirement for the NHS application is asking this question if you have a passion about the nursing, only because NHS quite time ago, they came with this idea to train the healthcare support workers with the to become a qualified nurses. Obviously, if you're not interested of becoming a qualified nurse, you always can mention this in your application. I'm not saying that that's going to close completely your application form and not going to give you opportunity for you to be shortlisted. But obviously, with the point of this part of the application form is saying that the people the NHS want to see if the people actually are quite interested of developing themselves. That's why I think more diplomatic answer, if I'm the applicant and if I'm not interested of applying for nursing job, but I have a different interest, which obviously I will be able to explore this in some point later. I'll be more diplomatic and I will say that at the moment I'm not interested of developing to a nursing position, but I'm open for this opportunity as well. That's going to give the people for you. Yes, you're not lying. You're saying the truth because you're not interested in that particular moment. But again, with additional part of the questions where you can consider this opportunity, in the future, is giving the the panel, the shortlisters, to identify that actually you're open for development. You have opportunity, you're going to have this desire and this passion to continue developing yourself within the organization. And also, once when you start working as a healthcare support workers, you never know. Maybe the nursing job will become more attractive for you, and you can change your mind. Instead of you going to a social worker, development to change your mind and to become part of the nursing team. That's why I think about when you're answering this question in your application. Just for you to be more diplomatic, still honest, but more diplomatic, and just thinking about different opportunities. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I just had more questions to ask, but I don't know if the next people want to ask questions first.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can
I can ask. Or someone else want to ask. Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello? Can I ask a question now?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the enlightenment. I want to ask if I'm opportune to have a job offer with NHSP for graduate trainees. And unfortunately, there is another offer in the same hospital which I'm transferred to. What during the interview process, and if I'm not asked such question, is it good enough to explain my situation that I'm coming to this hospital to serve as a graduate trainee, and I was called for an interview in the same trust, the same hospital, the same trust. So is it necessary to mention it, or I just need to just keep silent about it?
Sorry, just to clarify, did you say that you have you apply for NHSP?
Yeah, that has been sorted. A training has been done, and I've been posted for a job role in a particular hospital.
You, sorry, I just wanted to clarify. You have a job as an NHS, as a healthcare support worker with NHSP, and then you have,
Yes.
And now you applied for another job within the same organization as a permanent healthcare assistant, because NHSP is just a bank, isn't it?
Yes. I know
Yeah.
NHS is just a bank, but it's a program that is a program that offers the normal hours to be done. Is a normal working hours. It's a 6 month program that they run. It's just like a training program.
Yeah. I can understand your question. It's not. You can mention that you're already working as an NHSP, because obviously, that means you're still within the organization.
I'm just planning to, if I'm even just planning to start with that same hospital. Not that I started with them, but the same hospital is calling me for an interview in that same trust.
Okay. Now, it's very important for you as a person to identify what exactly you want to do in your life. If you think the NHSP job is more suitable for your lifestyle, it's giving you opportunity. Just for those of you who doesn't know what NHSP is, some organization work with the bank office, which is called NHSP, NHS Professional, which is like the bank shifts, covering shifts in within the organization. It is the same. NHSP and NHS Bank are the same kind of job, just different terminology. What you can do, the most important is you need to identify like what you really want to do with your life. If the NHSP jobs is more suitable for your lifestyle, if working with the NHSP giving you more flexibility, to meet your other needs in your life, or commitment to the organization, like working as a permanent healthcare assistant within the same trust with the same hospital, is more suitable, is something that you're looking for. Once when you make this clarification for yourself, where you can see yourself and where you want to develop yourself, this is will give you a guide to like what exactly you need to do. I personally prefer people be working permanent within the organization, because actually that gives the candidates more opportunity, for their devotion, for their passion, to develop their passion as well, but also it's going to give them different opportunity for their development. Like, for example, if they decide to become like a training nursing associate, to develop themselves to become a qualified nurses, obvious working as a part-time as a bank staff only, that not going to give you this opportunity. You, like Sidesh mentioned earlier, you have to be on permanent job to become a qualified nurse in order to apply for the NHS program. That's why I prefer people to be to choose the permanent job instead of bank. But like I said, it depends on what is your lifestyle and what is suitable for you as a person.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that was clear.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. I'm Balashakti. Once I get NHS sponsorship, they ask any sponsorship money. No, some agencies ask for money for
Okay.
sponsorship.
That's all about the agency. Agency. Okay.
Yeah.
NHS Trust, if they need you, if they need a candidate, they value the candidate than the money, I feel like. That's a
Okay, how
trust.
many years
Government.
experience in NHS job? Once I get the NHS sponsor, they ask any experience. How many years?
I don't know because I'm one of those person who even got flight ticket.
No.
So,
Just I ask. Now I am in London. I am working care sector, care assistant. Once I get the sponsorship, NHS sponsorship, I switch to NHS job, NHS care assistant.
it's called band 2 care assistant or band 2 carer or band 3 carer. You must have basic see, this is not something like a care home, isn't it? So
Okay.
this is a
Yeah. I
government sector.
know. This is trust.
Sector is different. So in fact, if you want to enter, the entry point is slightly harder than the other. So you must have enough qualification, as teachers were addressing it. Those are the people who recruit, for example, Greta or Rashmi. What they look at is not what you need, what they need. So what they need is a qualified, eminent figures in their ward for years of time. It's like service area. So once you met the thing, even nurses, they get even they used to get flight ticket since 2013, to my best knowledge, because my wife came with a free flight ticket, all those categories. Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Definitely,
Thank
if
you
you
so
love to work with NHS, please put yourself. This 2-3 months you may have to work hard on your personal development or CV development. People.
much. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Mainly NVQ programs. Yeah. Any
Yeah.
other questions, dear students?
Hi, sir.
Yep. Go ahead. Hannah.
So my inquiry is like what we want to take care when we are doing a supporting information when we do the application to NHS. So what are the criteria which they are looking into that we need to mention in the supporting information?
I think Rashmi explained that. Still, what exactly?
I think I just joined bit late in the group Zoom meeting.
Because it was well explained around taking 2 hours of time.
Sorry.
This is not one answer, yes or one plus. But again, you'll get this point later. You can refer it. Because supporting statement is a big chapter, isn't it, Greta?
Yeah.
Something like a bigger chapter. One particular manager was dealing with that. But to be honest, you can view this again. Before I move into next question, dear students, this particular subject area there is a certificate. Okay, this is just a webinar workshop of NHS. So we will give you a small certification. So please, all those who register today, we will send it now, a registration form. So those who attended, the many people registered, they might have not attended. So all the attendees get an attendance certificate. So please do register yourself and feel to free, give a comment on it. How was this training? How was it helpful? All those things. And you can rate it. You'll be getting a certificate. Now move it to the next question.
Hello. Hello, sir. I have one doubt.
Hi. Yeah.
Can I add this care certificate in my CV?
Of course. See, those who haven't got care certificate, you are free to join us next week or even, yeah, Saturday or Sunday. Today we have, at the moment, there is a care certificate training happening in our.
No, I already finished the care
Then
certificate course.
please don't hesitate to address it because it is one of the essential criteria, as Mr. Sudesh and Rashmi, Greta, all of them were addressing. It is essential. Care certificate
And
is basic standard here, 15 standards.
okay. And today's webinars certificate
Yeah,
also
why
can
not?
I?
Please. Yeah, as these are called CPDs. Okay, these are called the developmental program. How effective you are putting up yourself into importance of studies, importance of health. You know, you may not have a background in science, but you're putting a lot of different studies, putting yourself into NVQ program, vocational trainings, or you know, chap training. That will make your CV colorful and you will be much confident than any others. To the best of your knowledge, dear students, I will explain one example of, there are a couple of students here with examples to explain, but we don't have much time. That's one of the limitation at the moment. One example, one student from us, Welfare Academy, she's here in the joining side, but just to give you a sample, she was competing in Dunstable Hospital with, I believe 6 of them were nurses, but she wasn't a nurse. And she asked why. I mean, she was so excited at the end. He said NVQ program was one of the leading course they took her into the sponsorship program, James. And again, she was consistent on different programs. I mean, it's all about creating a value yourself. It's not about attending a certificate alone, as Greta was addressing. You know, what are you is explained on your qualification. What are you, what level of knowledge? It's not just about, there are, for example, let me just explain to you. An individual who got 10 years experience as a care assistant and a candidate who got 2 years or 1 year experience and a candidate and with an NVQ program, who will be more apt in it? Just think about it. It will be definitely within NVQ program, a care certification program, different programs like of this, and plus an experience. So it's not about how many years, but your level of knowledge is important too. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to know about this NVQ qualification. What is it about?
Say it again.
Like how we can. What is this NVQ program? Like care certificate.
NVQ means National Vocational Qualification. In short, I'll ask you a question. Do you have any registration in UK? You don't. You don't have any registration. So this is something make you fit to the system. It's a bigger system, dear. Yeah, Greta, go ahead.
It is related to nursing or NVQ.
It is similar to, it is not nursing, but it is related to nursing. It is an access course to nursing in university. Further down the line, if you want to join further nursing, this is an access course. But along with this, you can create yourself into competency of clinical or non-clinical, just like a nurse. I would love to give my chance. I mean, Greta would speak on that, please. Greta.
Okay.
Sorry, Jensen, I just wanted to add some clarification when you asked the question. If you have a person who has a 10 years experience as a healthcare professional and somebody who is with level 2 or level 3 diploma, level 5 diploma, NVQ, just think about what Sidesh said earlier when we talk about the threshold criteria that you have to meet once when you're applying for a job in regards of being sponsored for visa. Obviously, NHS since last year, because of this threshold that was made set by the government, for people being sponsored, you have 2 different type of jobs opportunities for the healthcare assistant. One is the healthcare assistant, and like Sidesh mentioned earlier, now with the level 3 and with the band 3, it's coming more like a healthcare support workers. Obviously the healthcare support workers, because of the different band, the higher band, and obviously, the expectations is that you're going to be able to meet more practical skills that you have to, prove like evidence. You need to have evidence of, which cover all the level 3, level 5, level 2, and care certificates as well. That is the criteria for you to be able to apply for what do you call this, for healthcare support workers. When if you have just experience working as a healthcare professional, like healthcare assistant for many years, obviously, you're going to be able to cover some of the criteria, but your qualification will give you opportunity to qualify directly to for applying for the job as a healthcare support worker, Saban 3. That's why I because obviously, when we do the interviews now, the first criteria when you look the application form, something that Rashni explained earlier, you have to mention even if you enroll for NVQ level 2, level 3, level 5, or the care certificate, that's going to give the panel already a big tick on you covering the essential criteria for you applying for the job. That's why just have a look what is available on the Welfare Academy, because obviously Rachel said that the care certificate, as an organization, we can provide you with that training when you start, your job as a healthcare professional. But your diploma level 2, level 3, and level 5 will give you actually pretty much like automatic cover of this criteria, and will give you a big opportunity for you to be shortlisted, not just your previous experience. That's why have a look what is available on the Welfare Academy website, and have a look if there's anything you think that can contribute for you to be more successful on your application. Obviously, I have to say recently I've done a shortlisting for healthcare support workers for Luton and Dunstable Hospital. And I have to say that I was very much impressed of a lot of candidates that they put that they've done qualification with Welfare Academy. That means the academy is very well known to the area. It's very well respected to the healthcare organizations, and actually the training that the Healthcare Academy, Welfare Academy provide is very well recognized by the NHS, and is able to offer opportunities for the people to apply for the jobs in the NHS. I'm not saying this just to advertise the Welfare Academy, and only because I work for the Welfare Academy as well, but mainly because I can see the difference with the trainings and the knowledge and the skills that the candidates provide, even in their application forms. Once when they complete the trainings with the Welfare Academy, they're more structural, they're more detailed, they're more diplomatic, they're more really cover the criteria that the NHS requirements.
The only single reason, valuable teachers from trust. I'm one of the teacher, but I did work long time in NHS. And almost every individual in our institution, either a doctor or registered nurse, working with trust. So this is, you're here, Rashmi is here, all of you guys are working in trust. So the values of trust has been well explained. We don't hire any teachers apart from that trust values. So dear students, if anyone wish to progress your life just like a level of knowledge, one has competency what workplace will be assessing. So please make sure you're competent enough. Do not go with that level of thinking, okay, I attend an interview, I get the job. No. See, I'm from India, majority are from different countries. We born in different countries. In India, this is a single idea. You get a job, you don't really look at it because there are thousands of people again. You can simply malpractice. You can even, the question some of students ask, like, to whom I have to pay, kind of mistakes or malpractice happening. NHS Trust doesn't go with that. It's a government service area. So your competency has to be up again. So make sure you're with the right people. Yeah, go ahead. There are a few more questions.
Hello.
Dawson.
Sorry, can I ask my question? Okay. I heard someone talk about NHSP training program. So this is my own question because I'm into this. I've got an offer with NHSP, working with NHS as a training healthcare support worker for 6 months in a particular hospital. And recently I got a mail from NHS itself, same trust and same hospital, to come for an interview. The NHSP training program, I'll be starting next week. And then this interview, I'll have to go next week as well. So my question is, in the interview, of course, I would prefer a permanent job, which is the NHS job. So in the interview, can I make it known to the panel about the NHS program I'm about to join, like joining them since it is the same hospital, or I just keep silence about it?
Kausin, are you talking about the program which you're attending at the moment?
The training program with the NHS, which NHSP is the employer. But now I've got an interview with NHS, same trust and same hospital. So if I should go for the interview, can I make it known to the panel I will be resuming as a training worker with the same hospital with them? So that's my question. Can I make it known to them, or I just keep silent?
I would highly suggest you must see honesty. The very first policy about an academic is honesty. Be simply honest. Be simply frank. See, when we do a caring, what is the ultimate principle we say? Duty of care and duty of honesty or candor. So that must be clear. When I interviewer learn, I mean, this is first of all a great news. They will take advantage of that. Okay. So you know, it's a good thing to express, isn't it, Greta?
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Tosin.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to mention, just you already enrolled for the NHSP, and now you have opportunity to apply for permanent job. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I will be starting the NHSP training program next week, and I've got interview with the same trust and hospital next week.
Yeah. When you said the same trust, let me just tell you that the NHSP is like pretty much like a separate employer, because
Yes, I know.
NHSP is working for the same organization, but once when you complete your training with the NHSP,
Yes.
can give you a different opportunities to work for different hospitals that are working with
Yes.
the same
Yes,
employer. That
yes.
means they're not exactly the same employer. Yes,
Yeah,
they cover
yeah.
the service in the same hospital, but NHSP, once when you done your training, is like you can work for other hospitals which are working with the NHSP. That's one
Yes.
one part of the questions.
Yes.
But secondly, you need to be very open and honest with yourself. What exactly really you want as a person?
Of course, I would prefer the
flexibility,
permanent job, but my question is, can I tell the panel about it? That's my question.
yeah, you can, because like Jensen mentioned earlier, open and honest, answers is something that the panel is looking for. But the fact, if you mention to the panel that you have already enrolled to the program for NHSP, for the training with the NHSP, still you can mention that, and still you can have a permanent job offer if you're successful on that interview. Only because the people the panel will look actually that you are really determined to have the permanent job, and actually they're gonna be more impressed of the fact that you want to develop yourself further. That's why you can mention that you have an opportunity, to join the NHSP, but you're looking for permanent job because you want to explore your skills further.
Okay. Sorry, my last question, please. I would like a clarification about this band of a thing, band 2, band 3. And also I would like to know, does NHS offer band 2 a visa sponsorship if needed, please?
Okay, I'll start with the second question, with if the NHS, if the band 2 offer sponsorship. I probably Sidesh will be more more competent to answer this question, but my knowledge and my understanding recently is because actually the government put this threshold of what was that, 23,200, I think.
That's right.
The NHS healthcare system band 2 doesn't cover this threshold.
Exactly.
That means if you're applying for a job as a healthcare assistant band 2, you're not going to be able to cover the criteria for sponsorship because of the threshold. Because
Sorry
your
to interrupt.
yearly payment will be less than this 23,200.
Sorry to interrupt. I am working as a healthcare assistant band 2 at the moment. So the new criteria, like now we are paying like 23,600 something for the yearly. So we already made the criteria for the amount what the government required for, like 23,200 they're asking for, and now the payment would be 23,662.
Okay, the reason you're already working, right? So
Yeah.
automatically you will be moved into the next criteria. Okay, but the
Which one?
person who enter into that world will be slightly different.
Okay.
It's an automation, dear, because that's why I said this is trust, this is government service. So every year you get increment. When you look at the increment line, so automatically you'll be eligible to that side. But joining with the sponsorship will be hardest. That's what Greta is saying.
Okay. I have one more question. Like currently, as I mentioned, I'm a band 2 HCA at the moment. But when I'm applying for a band 3 HCA, or I don't know what happened, but all my supporting information just got rejected. So is there any special things we need to mention as a band
Nishma,
3?
do you have NVQ level 3?
No, not yet.
You will not be. It is
Oh.
essential.
Okay, because they just mentioned at least the care certificate or like the
Not
relevant
enough.
experience.
Not enough.
No.
Essential means so Mr. Sorry, Jacob is not here at the moment. We know it. When you go to the next line of it, even if the panel select you, the threshold, but again, the meeting essential. Essential means you need to have it. That's one of the things, because one of the reason, like now last year onwards, it has been tracked. Plenty of the certificates are fake. So from other country, even if you are having a nursing, it is too hard to look forward and inspect and go behind it. So one of the challenge the country is facing with that. So when there is an NVQ program, it's easy to track. It's easy to track. It's one of the challenge. But again, that may be one of the reason. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi,
I
Greta.
have the question.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead. Hello. Yeah.
Hello, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question regarding the interview, especially for band 4, 5, and 6, because right now we spoke about like 2, 3, and 4. So I want to know like whether there is any difference between the interview sections for like the supervisory, managerial. One of the interviews, I got the opportunity just to share a presentation for 5 minutes in the interview. So it is like totally different, right? So what we have to expect in such kind of interviews and the positions.
So sorry, can you just clarify what position band 4? I didn't hear.
It's for like kitchen manager position, estate and facilities department.
Oh, that's separate. A kitchen stuff. Yep.
Yes.
Kitchen management side.
Yep.
And you're asking like what kind of question you're going to be asked?
No, I'm asking whether the interview section is like entirely different or like what we have to expect during the interview section for band 5 or 6.
Can I get up?
I'm not quite sure. Generally, the question to be much different. Obviously, you have to expect some more different questions in the scenario questions. Even that you're applying for, just working generally for the NHS, some of the questions like talking about your experience, talking about yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, like what make you applying for this job, that's going to be pretty much the same questions regardless of what position you're applying with the NHS, because obviously, the NHS are looking for to find like the motivation, the personal development motivation and driven idea of you applying for the job. You have to expect quite different scenario questions. Obviously, I'm not quite a specialist in that area, the kitchen. But
actually, because I
your
haven't been
scenario
for
questions probably will be quite different than the healthcare support workers questions. You still some of the questions still going to be like for the panel to be able to identify your solution, like resolving skills, resolving different challenging situation skills. But like I said, the questions, the scenario question will be probably a little bit different than the healthcare assistant job. I'm so sorry. I know that probably you're going to have more questions. I just want to finish, just to mention the last part of our interview, like the mock exam, with some type of question which is going to be extremely important for you at the end of the interview. Obvious, and then I'm going to give you more opportunity for you to ask. As the last part of the interview question, like the face-to-face questions, we have something that is called closing questions. What does it mean? The closing questions is usually when the panel is asking you as a candidate if you have any questions for us as a panel. This is actually a very good opportunity for you as a candidate, as an interviewer, to identify that this is the end of the on the interview, and actually this is giving you opportunity for you to relieve a little bit, to relax, because you know that is the end. But also this is going to give you opportunity for you to ask any questions for the panel. Please just make sure that you use this time for very sensible questions. When you're talking about questions, it's not good, doesn't look good to the panel if you say that you don't have any questions. That means you're not quite interested of the job, you don't care if you're going to get or you're not going to get the job. And the fact that you prepare questions for this part of the interview is giving opportunity for the panel to realize that actually you're looking for this job very seriously, and you're really determined and passionate, to get the job within the NHS and within the organization. That's why please make sure you think of like what question you're going to ask the panel on the end of the interview. Also, if you've done your research properly, when we were talking about earlier about research for the trust, that's going to open some ideas of what closing questions, what question you can ask the panel. Like, I'm going to just give you a very brief example. For example, if you're looking for more flexible job and the job description says that you can work only Monday to Friday, this is something that you can clarify during your end of your interview part when you're asking questions. For the panel to give you some more explanation why the job is only for Monday to Friday. And if you're working, or if your family needs requirement can be specified and can be more flexible, for you to apply for this job. Think about like asking question, what development opportunity, all those questions that you're asking me now, like what else you can do, like to develop yourself within the organization. Think about this as a question that you can ask the panel. Like, for example, during your probation period, during your supernumerary time, what kind of training and support you're going to be offered, to be able to adapt to the new working environment. You can ask questions about the learning opportunities. Like there were some people asking if you can apply for NHS. Sorry, for nursing associate. This is kind of questions that you can ask in your last part of the interview, which is the closing questions. When you're asking about questions, just make sure that you show your resilience and your limitation that in your knowledge and your skills. Like, for example, all the time when you're asking question, like, for example, if you want to ask what is the learning opportunity, always make sure that you mention if I am successful on this interview. When you mention that if you are successful in this interview, is giving opportunity for the panel to realize that you are aware of your limitation, but also you show resilience that if you are not successful, how you can get a feedback and how you can prepare for your next interview, and how you can make sure that you, like, based on this interview, how you can get ready for your next step. Resilience is very important because actually it's giving the opportunity for the panel to realize that actually you are open, you are honest, but in the same time you are getting every opportunity as a development, as a learning, as a promoting your skills and your knowledge. That's why it's very important when you think about your closing questions, just think properly for proper questions, are very good questions that you can ask the panel. And like I said, I'm going to repeat again, it doesn't look good when you say to the panel, I don't have any questions. That means, first of all, you're not interested enough of this job, and secondly, that shows kind of arrogance to arrogant approach to the interview. That's why, yeah, please make sure that you have good questions for your last part of the interview.
Hello, good afternoon. I have a question. Can I shoot it? And am I audible to all of you? Okay. Actually, I'm working as a band to healthcare assistant for the NHS Trust, and I have just recently received an email from my trust that they're going to be changing from band 2, that is going to be changed to band 3. In that case, I'm doing my NVQ level 3 from the welfare, from the welfare academy itself at the moment. So in that case, so if I'm being changed from band 2 to band 3, am I eligible for applying for the sponsorship?
100%.
Yes.
Okay. Because because so like from that email that I received from my trust, they are still working on it. They haven't finalized clearly to all the band 2 HCAs at the moment. So I just want to clarify that point.
It's all right.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Aravind. I'm a part of Welfare Academy for past 2 years. I always calling Jensen sir for help. Hello, Greta mom. How are you? Hope you are well. I have a question. I already applied almost 12, 13 NHS jobs, and unfortunately, I got almost 7 unsuccessful mails. Still, yesterday also I applied one in Royal Free Hospital. Still waiting for the results. My question is, in the essential part of the the job description, always seeing that GCSE qualification. I am from India. I completed my post graduation in Master of Business and everything. There is always two part, like one in NVQ 2 or 3 is essential part, NVQ 2 or 3, and the next one should be GCSE. So I didn't done anything regarding GCSE. Can you please clarify what is that related to, or I need to do anything more? I already completed my the UKNARIC. When I got sponsorship with another company, they asked me to do UKNARIC. I just UK and said degree 1. So can you please clarify anything regarding to that? Thank you.
Okay, GCSE you don't really need, because your level of knowledge is beyond that. GCSE is, essential in the sense, like, how would I say, like 10th, year 10. Year 10 and 11 considered to be a GCSE line of information. Greta, go ahead.
Sorry, probably Rashni will be able to answer this question better, but I just want to mention, like, you still have to complete this section of your application, because if you don't, that you already failed on that application, because actually, by the fact that you haven't provided any information there, for the people who think that you don't have any qualification, like, no, you haven't qualified in your school back home. You can mention that you qualified in India and you have equivalent of the GCSEs here in UK, because the fact that you graduate back home to the point, to finish your school, if that makes sense. Yeah. That means you have the equivalent, which is the requirement here in England. That's why you just can mention it in your application. You don't have to write I don't have any GCSEs, because obviously that means you haven't graduated, but you can just mention that I have equivalent of the GCS from India.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Specific market. Okay, now, dear students, some of you asked about Welfare Academy's managerial courses. We do have level 5, level 4 courses. Apart from that, anyone interested in NVQ program, Welfare Academy team, please send that link over here. If anyone interested in level 3 program to occur in this group, there are some students attending from India. Okay, India. Those students must let us know that you are from a different country attending at the moment. But still, you register, we will let you know. We will let you know what are the pros and cons. Apart from that, care certification, if anyone will love to have care certification program, please do please do register. Even that link will be provided. CHAP means care home assistant practitioner, something clinical. A candidate can have NVQ plus clinical skills. CHAP, there is a visa called CHAP visa. Even that can be practiced from Welfare Academy. So apart from that, mentorship, I would highly suggest. So there are two essentials required as per the standard at the moment in NHS. One is care certificate. Even Greta is involved highly for years of time to teach what is care certificate. It's a standard. So second, NVQ program. These are two essentials required for sponsorship elements. But that's something as per the paper ways. But something which is a mentoring program, we would suggest you. We would suggest you because we do a lot of mentoring programs at that last supporting side. Now, officially, we put up as a standard program, as a qualification itself, as a standard program. So that would come up to level 4 program. So we've done it. We've just beginning it. Okay, so all the trainers will be NHS staff, recruiting staff, or their qualifications. Okay, now, yeah, there are a few questions. Sandra, go ahead.
Hi. So asking, I've been working as a trainee dental nurse for 16 months.
Okay.
And applying for NHS. Should I apply as dental nurse or as a trainee dental nurse? Because my exam is in April, then the OSCE is in June. So if I'm applying for NHS dental nurse, is it dental nurse or trainee dental nurse that I will be applying for now?
Greta, that's not my expertise.
It's a training dental nurse.
Okay,
because
so
you
when
don't have,
okay, because I don't have the qualifications now.
because you don't have the qualification yet.
Okay, so for the meantime, what can I apply for NHS Band 2 because I will be needing a visa. My visa is expiring in September. Is it possible to apply for NHS, let's say, care assistant Band 2 or Band 3?
Healthcare assistant Band 2 standard is not going to cover your threshold for sponsoring.
Okay,
that's why Band 3 if you're looking for sponsorship.
So Band 3 is care assistant certificate and NVQ level 3 certificate.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's
So
sir.
what if you don't have a GCSE? There is a question called what if we, it is essential, dear. If you don't have GCSE, there must be an equivalent. For example, if you're from India or from other country, there will be equivalent qualification. For us, India, if you got 10th, year 10 and +2, we call it +2 or pre-degree, year 1 of pre-degree, that's equivalent to GCSE. What is the difference between NVQ level 3 and RQF program? NVQ level 3 is National Vocational Qualification. Since 2015 onwards, we call it RQF, Regulated Qualification Framework. NVQ is mainly looking for the people internally from UK. I mean, that's a qualification commonly known as a national program. But when it turned to be RQF program, that program can be used outside the country. For example, Australia. If you want to work in Australia into the system of health, you are eligible to work once you have an RQF or NVQ program from UK. So many students are traveling to Australia and New Zealand with this qualification. We have a number of students. Registration. So now we have put up now all students, please listen, those who are love to have a small certificate of today's program, you need to register because all the attendees get it. I mean, but you must undergo that registration process and just name and difference, all the registered I mean, registered for students might have not joined, but all joined students, if you need to have love to have a certificate from today's, workshop session, please do register. Welfare Academy team will put that registration in our text message now, please. Any other question? Yeah, go ahead, Mono. Others? We have a few more
Hello,
seconds.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for
Hi.
this opportunity. Please let me ask a quick question. Yes. Just as the lady who earlier asked, I am also looking into applying for an NHS job, and I am not done with my NVQ3. So in this case, if I put in there, I don't have a supporting document for it. Please, what do you advise? Should I ask again?
Please.
Okay, so I'm saying I'm looking into applying for an NHS job, and on my application, I am not done with my NVQ3 yet. Hence, I don't have a certificate for it. So I don't know if I am supposed to put it in there, or what do you
No,
advise?
Christina, you're one of my students.
Yeah.
Look, NVQ programs are vocational training. If you're doing a MBA, you must have certificate along with your application. But RQF or NVQ programs, you don't really necessarily need to complete. NVQ studying or enrolled student is qualified to attend an interview. So you can put that I'm pursuing NVQ. So I'm holding
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is, I'm in the process, but I have to specify that I'm rather in the process, which I'm not doing.
What are the different
Christina, sorry, just to clarify, you as a qualification, like the part of the application form that Reshni explained earlier, as a qualification, you can put NVQ level 3.
Okay.
And later in your supportive information, you can explain in more details that you are in the process of completing your NVQ level 3 with that month, for example. You can say that I'm going to complete my NVQ level 3 in September, for example.
That makes
It's going to give
sense.
opportunity for the panel, to understand that you've done your bits. It's just still you're in progress of completing your training.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greta. That was clear.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
What is the difference between CHAP, NVQ level 3, CHAP? Yeah, CHAP is normally used in care settings like care homes. Instead of getting a nurse, nurses are so expensive. So instead of getting a nurse, CHAP means care home assistant practitioners. They do perform all the clinical tasks and non-clinical tasks. So, for example, cannulation, catheter, venipuncture, tracheostomy, all these clinical segmentations are possible with a CHAP. Not necessarily need to have a registration as an NMC code. So, but instead, is it? Managerial. Yeah, sorry about this. So definitely you can have your CHAP to have COS from care settings, like care homes, not from NHS. NHS, once you have this is more kind of your competency is higher. For example, clinical practitioner, there is another segment called as clinical practitioner. But the number of clinical practitioners are not as required as band 3 care assistant. Managerial course, I did say that there was another question. Manager level 5, you have a right to enroll for level 5, level 4 positions. Chico Sebastian, what is meant by getting managerial? Okay, now getting into a managerial post in NHS is not easy. I mean to say, they will look for what are the experiences you do have as a manager. We call it NVQ level 5 means it's a PIN number holder from Care Quality Commission. It's more of not a qualification, but rather a approval from a Care Quality Commission with the PIN number. For that, you must be a deputy manager or kind of management side from care homes. That's something slightly different. Others, any questions?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Ona.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sir, I have one doubt. While applying NHS application, I'm a band 5 nurse. Just I'm awaiting PIN number. So while applying the NHS job, the first question is, are you related with any current employee or employer? Does this make any sense to shortlist for the interview, sir?
You mean reference?
Yeah.
Yeah. So will the reference make any difference in NHS? I think manager will answer the question.
Sorry, I didn't understand. You've done your OSCE. You're just waiting for your PIN.
Yes. Yeah.
For what job you're applying for?
Nurse.
Registered nurse.
You're applying for job as a nurse?
Yes.
Sorry, the connection is not very good. I didn't hear exactly your question. That's why I'm just trying to.
Actually, in applying the application, the first question is, are you related? Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. The first question is asking, are you related with any current in the trust employee or any employer? Are you related any relationship? Do you have any reference?
So you're looking for a job and you're looking for a reference to the job, is that?
Yeah, from the trust, do you know anyone?
That's too difficult to answer, dear. Because see, this is an academy. We do have plenty of, but again, because you have to undergo interviews and the panel, all those. It's a fair chance policy in NHS. We can't just refer a person and get in. No, dear. I know there are plenty of people are waiting for you got NHS. Okay. I mean, then still waiting for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this needed? My caste certificate actually is expired in last month. So is it necessary to renew that?
It is. It is. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean, ask this question. I kept sending that message, a skilled worker visa with a company, and what are the difficulties the candidate might have in applying for NHS job?
What are the difficulties? I don't think so much difficulty, because once the candidates pass the interview and the NHS trust that particular ward love to have you in my ward, the rest of the procedure is all about getting a reference from the previous employer and the procedure, the legal procedure. I don't think so much, but
okay. Because
Jason, can I just explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Although I just wanted to clarify. Once when you are sponsored by a different organization for your visa, you cannot have. I don't know if Sudesh is still on the line, but as far
Yes.
I'm aware, you cannot have a full sponsorship. You cannot have a full working time offer from NHS, because actually your commitment to working full time is with your organization that is sponsoring you. That means you will be able to work only like a part-time with the NHS as a permanent NHS staff, or depends on how many hours you work in your previous in your other organization that is sponsoring you, and then how many additional hours you'll be able to work with NHS, or you can work as a bank healthcare assistant, which is because if you're going to be on full-time working healthcare assistant in your organization, let's say, for example, this is a 37.5 hours there, how many hours you're going to be able to work for NHS? If you're looking for a permanent job for 20 hours or 23 hours only, it's more difficult for you to find a permanent job there, because obviously not every department and every place within the organization is looking for part-time healthcare assistant. Probably NHS bank opportunities will be more suitable.
So there's
because it's
nothing.
gonna
So
give you more
there's nothing like.
flexibility.
So there's nothing like a switch.
No, you can't have switch because you still have to apply for sponsorship from the NHS organization. You cannot just automatically switch from one what do you call this? One sponsor to another sponsor. You still have to apply for the interview. You still have to apply for the correct position. You know, obviously because NHS and also you still have to have the correct qualification. Sorry, say again.
I think that's clear.
Because like we explained earlier, and Siddhesh explained as well, to get the sponsorship from NHS, you have to be a key worker. That means you have to cover the criteria for level 3, the threshold for level 3 to be able to get the sponsorship from NHS. That means if you work only as a healthcare assistant with your previous organization which sponsor you, you still need to have the right qualification and the right requirement for you applying for NHS job, healthcare support worker job, and to be able to be sponsored by the NHS. And I think that's going to answer a lot of your question, guys, because obviously I can see that we are still going to the same questions, you know, how for the people who work in the private sector, how they can switch and to be sponsored by NHS.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, dear students. It is the time as we discussed, because we've gone the limit of time again. Thank you so much. Rest of the questions we can, but again, up to 3 o'clock, you're open to register for a certification. Okay, those who have attended today, you get a small token of certificate as a matter of CPD. If anyone wants to keep it up, because all the qualified people are given proper training based on some requirements, essential requirements. Thereby we help you to get your time, your value. You know, time is a value, so create that value on certificate and information. Further down the line, if anyone love to progress yourself, to me, I firmly believe this a kind of supporting program called the mentoring program will hit you. I mean, really get the job in place, the next level. So this is, I don't think so any other company do have this program. So we are running, myself writing that I'm trying to get that qualification done with the awarding body, something that as a qualification. Okay, the qualification teachers must be of one of those category, which means you'll have the right segment. 2 hands up. Okay. But time. What are they? Ashwini and gift. Gift and Ashwini. There are 2 more essential. Ashwini, is that essential? Hello, Ashwini.
Yeah.
Make a simple question, okay?
No, it's okay because I have been cleared whatever the doubts what we have.
Just
So,
as a fair chance, I asked you.
sure.
Okay.
I just want to know the mandatory call and the rest of things I will contact directly. No worries.
No
Thank
problem. You got the number of Welfare Academy, contact us. And again, thank you so much for the entire team. Each one of you are valuable to us, either in live streaming or into the platform of this. Thank you so much. Yeah, Greta. Yeah, Greta, hands down.
Sorry, I just wanted to say very big thank you to the people who organized this workshop. This is our 2nd workshop that we do for the last couple of months. I just want to say something, you know, if you're expecting us to give you 100% right answers for any of the questions or 100% tips for you completing your application form correctly, obviously, no, we're not going to be able to do that. But I just want to let you know that take everything that you was able to learn from today. Obviously, if you have any questions, you always can contact the Welfare Academy. But my bigger I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who organized this training. I want to say a big thank you to all of you who attend this training. Obviously, not because this is your day off, probably taking a lot of time off for you to attend the training. And I just want to say very best of luck, for your next adventure, and your next step. Just want to let you know that have a look in the Welfare Academy website, because there's a lot of interesting trainings that you can attend. We usually, when we do the trainings, yes, we learn a lot, but also we have a lot of fun together. That's why just feel free, to apply for any of the trainings. Some of the students who attend today, they're part of our trainings, and they can say, their own experience. But very best of luck. And I very hope that I'm going to see you very soon in our hospital premises with the uniform, with the hospital uniform, with the successful interview process.
Thank you so much. So that's all about our vision is. Our vision is get the people in place, get the right people in place, okay? And get the right qualification. We call it be certified, be qualified. So in fact, thank you so much for the entire team, especially Rashmi and Mr. Jacob, Sudesh Jacob. I believe Rashmi is not here.
I've just been able to join back, Jensen. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you so much, Rashmi. It was great meeting you on our capping ceremony day and again on today. And Greta, Rashmi, and Sudesh, thank you so much to each one of you for contributing a lot of information to the students who are really deserving it. They are the people who are heroes today. They need the next level of support from your end, to right hand and left hand to NHS progression. So guys, students, please Google, what is that? YouTube, subscribe. I'm not one of those person, but again, please do subscribe. You'll have a couple more informative videos coming up like this, workshop, supporting sessions. Okay, thank you so much. Again, to each one of you, I'm Jensen Thomas, Director of Welfare Academy. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the value shared with.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Jensen.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Students, please do register for certificate, okay? Please, don't forget.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hi.
Jensen, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jensen, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jensen, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much to each one of you. That's me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jensen. Thank you, Greta.
Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful session. Greatly appreciate the time and input you have invested. Thank you.
Please put a comment if you'd love to have. Please put a comment. That will inspire others. A star, small star.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Years have gone by. I'm so pleased that you have now started the Welfare Academy. May God bless you from strength to strength.
Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute